Hello.
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Hello. Hello.
Alright, I didn't get through all the channels that I wanted to promoting of the, hey, I'm online and what have you. Because, like, besides the fact that I have not yet put the Twitch notification, or the Twitch schedule, I should say, in, besides that little doohickey, also, I forgot to put my, hands on, hang on a second. Clip you in. There we go. How... Trying to figure out if... Alright, so, yeah, no, I didn't get everywhere that I wanted to of, like, the whole, hello, I am online, I shall be playing the Final Fantasy XIVs, because the good news is that I'm actually up to Mr. Australian Cactus. This is a cactor, thank you very much. He's not a cactus. But yeah, hi YY. Who got in here first? Congratulations, Bookie, for getting in first. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Ooh, Savage!
With the 23-month tier 1 sub. 23-month hype.
Hype. It's almost been 2 years, Savage. Amazing. Holy shit. Also, hi, Kiaru. Welcome to the stream. Have you done Unsastasha yet, since you're just starting Final Fantasy XIV? No, I haven't just started Final Fantasy XIV. Like, I've been at this for 3 years. You've been here for all of that. I swear you've been. I have been here for, like, 3 years going through the final... For free? Not for free, no. I will be real with you. I think I bought into it once I reached... once I was reached, like, halfway through Dawntrail... I should be facing forward here instead, because it makes way more sense to be facing this way. Hang on a second. Let me just adjust my screens and what have you, so then that way I'm like this. There we go. So yeah, so I've been at, like, the Final Fantasy XIV for, like, 3 years. Like, I looked at it, like, that's the approximate, like, sort of date when I started doing the Final Fantasy XIVs. I don't know if I have every Final Fantasy XIV, like, in my YouTube VODs. It's very tempting to make it so, like, everything from, like, the last year, like, becomes available on the VOD, like, unedited and what have you. I'm not 100% certain if I want to do that. But, yeah, so I've been at the Final Fantasies for a while, and I've always had to, like, try to catch up and what have you, and I thought it was going to be a case of, like, oh yeah, I'll just, you know, get it done in, like, 6 months. I'm pretty sure Savage and Thorn were there at the start when I was going through A Realm Reborn, and in 6 months, I was still in A Realm Reborn. I was not going very far. They had moved on from Shadowbringers to Endwalker by the time I was, like, you know, going through the patch content to Heavensward. I then got up to Stormblood, and I think patches of Endwalker were coming out. So, and Stormblood was, like, probably one of my lower of the patches, I'm gonna say, in my experience. Like, ignoring A Realm Reborn being, like, fucking long, like, I don't remember everything from A Realm Reborn, but I very much, anytime I see a streamer in Australia or like one of the VTubers I follow being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be playing some Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, you know I'm gonna stalk them. You know I'm going to, like, do a world transfer or a data center transfer and be like, I need to show them the good stuff. And the thing is that I have the macro for doing the whole, like, Power Rangers thing. You jump up as the Warrior of Light, you jump back down as the, as, like, the Power Ranger. So, and, like, I always get a, oh, that's really cool kind of thing from them, so I really appreciate that. Rumor has said that the longest life of Bookie's character was 6 months for DayZ. Impressive. But, so yeah, so, like, even when I finally got up to Endwalker, I was still, like, there was the danger of, like, oh, by the time I get to the end of Endwalker, Dawntrail will be released and I will be behind again, which is what did happen. I was really, really close to getting done with Endwalker, but I wanted to go on break for a month. I wanted to just, like, have some time where I wasn't thinking about streaming and I was just doing my work and what have you. And in that month, I came to the realization of, like, yeah, I'd still play video games and such. And a part of me kind of missed Brant's Arms' position, like he wants R? What? Oh. Sorry, no, this is just how, like, when I'm at my desk and, like, this is, like, my desk is, like, here and what have you, as you can see. So, like, and then it's just a case of just being like, brr. But yeah. Oh, did I? So yeah, so I still have the weird, like, finger thingy-majiggy, as you see here. Like, it still, like, clips through because the way the, like, fingers do the rotate. I have a feeling that either the finger bones are not long enough, or I need to somehow like I don't know. There's just something about this, about the way they rotate and such like that. I think they rotate like way too quickly, as you can see here, because it's like with me, it's like I don't curl them that much in real life, especially like at this point here. Like this here is when my fingers are like halfway through or something like that. So, what the thick and powerful fingers, yeah. But yeah, so like I'm now actually at the same patch that everyone else is on. I'm about to start Dawntrail. There's no patch content to go through. There's like 100 missions to go through, and a lot of people have either been blitzing through that shit really fast to get to Endwalker, or they've been going a little bit at pace. So I know Sashera and Savage, I think they're at the first dungeon or the first trial. Hi there, Sir Dragon. Welcome to the stream. We're back to MMO Mondays. So, sorry, I just need to convince a cowgirl about your character here that would have been really strong. Oh, okay, so cool. Right, back to the thing. Cowgirl, you said yes. Giga. She there was your character here on my Twitter feed that I was just like, oh, Pog, cowgirl, looks so sexy. I know who to send this to. So I sent it to them of like, check this out, and they said it's a little pricey, but it's gorgeous, and I was just like, understandable. Art is a very difficult thing to like put a price on, because the thing is that like I think we're gonna have this problem as we go like further into like AI generative and like the digital age, and I'm kind of surprised that this has not happened yet. Or it hasn't happened dramatically enough on the internet, because there's still the days where a digital copy is gonna cost you like thousands of dollars, and people are spending like $500 on an Aria skin. Like there, like I know it's a bit of a you know, tough argument. I remember, because like some people argue that like, you know, it's unfair to have such a premium item sold like online in a marketplace that has like really cheap items in comparison and what have you. I can understand wanting to, you know, make the premium item, because obviously the premium item is for the premium user. We don't complain about the Lamborghinis being sold when we have the Toyotas and the Kias and the what have you in Australia. But I think the difference is that we aren't going into a store where, you know, the Japanese shitbox is sitting right beside a pinnacle of German engineering or anything like that. There's like very obvious separations of that kind of like product. Whereas with, ooh, an orange mandarin fish, nice work. But I think because of the singular nature of the item mall in video games, it's not like Roblox where you have to like physically go to different, or not physically, sorry. You have to like enter into entirely different like virtual malls in order to get like different products. Because of games like Apex Legends and League of Legends having just the one item mall, we are going to be assessing every item within a trend. So the $500 Ari skin is really fucking expensive compared to every other skin out there. So it's going to be, you know, unfavorably like assessed. So, but whales will purchase it and what have you. And I think the developers of Apex Legends, I need to find the cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie. Cookie for Bookie. As someone who spends a lot of time being a content creator on Second Light, a lot of people also just cannot parse quality, full stop. Yeah. People want cheap. Especially, well, here's the thing, is that on a digital marketplace, unless you're editing the content yourself, the cheapest thing will always win. And if you can't beat free. That is the obvious thing. Because quality is not accessible unless you're fiddling with it. Like that's why like I have like a bit of a preference in trying to make my own 3D models, because there are some 3D models that are really amazing looking, but they're absolutely dog shit in trying to interpret. Like I used to have this gamer chair in this environment, but holy shit, it was a cookie for YY. Here's your cookie, YY. I used to have like a gamer chair in the 3D environment or something like that. Like I would do a render so it would be there additionally, but the thing is that the chair was like several different separate parts. It wasn't rigged in a way so then that way you could like, you know, have it do the rotations and such for that a normal gaming chair had. So I did like a shape key in order to raise and lower it. And I tried doing a shape key, like this was before I realized armatures probably would have been better for this regard. I tried doing like a shape key for the chair to go like flat on its back and then upright. But the problem is that if you don't 100% on one, if you don't go 0 or 100 with the shape key, and you go like say 50%, the 50% just looks like the thing got squished because it's just trying to go like, it's just doing like a thing. It's not doing a rotation. You'll be working on art comms with me in the background? Nice! Good to hear. Hopefully you have a wonderful time with the art comms and you don't get disrupted by housemates or random strangers coming in and just sort of being like, hi, nice to meet you. Zeebs, help, you've converted to the dark side. You have a TikTok now. Oh, that means you can check out my TikTok. Hang on a second. Sorry, Wild Saber. You probably are talking about a proper dark side problem, because as if you're like ADHD, autism nonsense, you are going to be stuck on it for a while. But that does mean you get to check out mine. So yeah. But yeah, the digital marketplace, there is not a great way of being able to assess quality beyond the surface. Like, fashion trends of, like, you know, fast fashion can happen on the internet, I feel. If you can make it quicker than the other person, it doesn't matter if it's 90% broken if you try to, you know, edit the color or what have you, or someone wants to, like, you know, put it in a gaming environment outside of the thing. Like, it doesn't matter. They're gonna get it, and they'll probably go for the cheaper price and what have you. So, and like that's where I feel like with the Ari skin is that like everyone's interpreting it to like, why would I spend $500 on this skin that functions and is appearance-wise the same as, you know, I think prior to that the most expensive skin was like a $30 skin or something like that. But it does bring in like the very fun thing where I think because of the release of Faker's $500 exclusive skin, there was it's a funny campaign where it's just like, oh, whatever her win rate is, no matter what rank you are, Ari banned. They're just sort of like, oh, no, we're not letting you play Ari. So even after buying this $500 skin, you can't flaunt it in a video game or what have you, which is kind of hilarious. I feel like if they wanted the $500 skin to work, there needed to have been like so many other things thrown into it. Like, put a fucking UI update or something like that. So then that way it's like, even if you're not in the game, it does like a small edit to like the visual UI. Because I'm pretty sure that's just a fucking web browser, like, you know, React Native nonsense. The League of Legends launcher. I have no idea what this skin is, but no game skin is worth $500. No, absolutely not. You know what's also not worth it? Apex Legends did a Final Fantasy XIV remake event, and in order to get the Buster Sword, not a real life Buster Sword, a digital one that you could like use in game, like in random drops or something like that, that one cost like $1,000. It was like crazy. It was like Magic the Gathering kind of funds. We have video games that are like, because here's the thing. Marketing to whales is not a new thing. The mobile marketplace has done that already. The mobile marketplace is fucking massive. I don't think people, you know, you ever wonder why like we still get sports games every year? It's because you make money off of that despite every other like genre that is being released, especially in a year-by-year basis. You know why we still have mobile games? Because they're normally like 100,000, there's like usually 100 million people playing it. And it's one that's like, oh, it's sometimes a game like Gacha, or Genshin Impact, sorry, where, you know, not only can you play it on your mobile agnostically, so it doesn't matter if you're on an iPhone or an Android or what have you, you could also play it on your PC. So it's like your actual like scope of audience is so much bigger. And what's more is like even the free to play mobile game, like I think Apex Legend developers actually did some research and they've like given us some numbers of like, oh, the actual number of people who buy stuff in a free to play game is woefully low. It's like some ridiculously low number. It's like a single digit percentage of free to play players will actually buy content in the free to play market. And then it's like and then like only like half or a third of that percentage
Did you see
are
it?
the whales. What did I miss? Hang on. I've noticed, even as someone who doesn't get sports games, you can get the desire to have a version with the most up-to-date team stuff. No one wants to play Fantasy Football 1985. Yeah, exactly. Like, preservation of the years is a historian's pursuit. And we're not historians. Hi, Grant. You're at work, but you'll be back later. Hope all goes well with the stream. Not to worry, Sage. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right. Alrighty then, I need to get the game started. I can't be dicking around all day inside the chatting screen. Alright, hang on. Alright, so close that, move over to here, drop into there, just in cases. Close that. Okay, that's presenting right now. Go to this. Click this, press that, press this, move to here. Nice. Behold, my glamour. This is what I shall be wearing as we go through Dawntrail, at least for like, you know, like half of it, because, you know, maybe the item level will actually change, in which case the clothing will change. Look at this bun. Deep wood green on the jacket, no coloring to the pants, soot black on the boots, red on the gloves, and I am using the same axe that you would have seen wielded by Ardbert back in Shadowbringers. Look at this. It's a war bunny. It is an explorer. Okay, I put some time into this. I'm gonna be real with you. I put time into this bunny. You will say there's a BDSM. I've seen the BDSM gear. All right, I am not that far behind. Okay, I know about the BDSM gear. I know that people are absolutely gooning for the two-headed Amelja, whatever his name is, Big Bootylicious Dajus or whatever he is. I know about some of the, like, you know, not the story stuff. Congrats to, like, amazing. Like, Final Fantasy XIV, I have not had to deal with a story spoiler yet. Knock on wood because of that little bit. I haven't had to deal with a story spoiler yet. Instead, I've had to deal with the Final Fantasy community just as it was perfectly encapsulated when Final Fantasy XIV social media account asked, hey, what's your favorite mount? They are some fucking horny degenerates is what they are. So I already know about the BDSM gear. And here's the thing. The BDSM gear, like, I'm so annoyed. It's like, oh, hey, here's like a full, like, gimp mask. The Vieras and the Rothgar can wear this. You know what the Vieras and the Rothgars cannot... So, this is the one I had. Let me zoom in. So, we've got... So, this was like one... So, this is the outfit I'm currently wearing. This was the potential one, but some people got a little bit annoyed by, like, the exposure of skin. So we got this one here. But any whoosies, you know what we can't wear? We can wear a fucking you can wear a bandana that you can barely see. You can wear like some, you know, like some weird face thingy-madiggy. You can't wear a helmet. I apparently can wear this, but that's built for winter. You can't wear a helmet, random mask, crown, no mask. So, no helmet. No helmet. Can't wear a furry mask. No helmet. No helmet. Oh, I can wear a headband for some reason. Can't wear a cool helmet. I can't wear a tricorn. I so want a tricorn. The ensemble of my gear could have been so good if I could just wear a hat, like a fucking piratey hat, and the tricorn could have done that for me, but I don't know. I can't wear a trilby. I can wear spectacles for some reason, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not a fucking nerd. I can't wear the officer's cap. I can't wear a beret. I can't even wear the fucking straw hat. But you know what? Oh, apparently I can wear a rogue's bandana. Bunny ears, I obviously can't wear. For whatever reason, I can't wear this thing. I can't wear this, you know, Vigil's coif, which is essentially like the Gimp mask. But you know what the Vieras and the Rothgar can wear? The Gimp mask. Fuck's sake. Is it really that hard to just, like, have the fucking ears clip? Because that's what they did. That's what they did. They left the ears to clip. Like, can have the corsage, can have the friendship thing. I can't wear the survival hat. Like, those spectacles should be equipable in the face slot. No, these are artisan spectacles. That's gear that actually does, like, benefits and shit. So, let me just discard the changes and what have you. Like, it's not the, hang on. So, it's not the same as, like, because I don't think the artisan, like, unless they've got rid of the stats from the artisan spectacles. Facewear. Has someone, like, done a collection of, like, oh, this is where you need to go for, like, you know, the different spectacles and what have you, so. Because I'm not hi, Noetic Chasm, welcome to the stream! Can we get a shout out? Actually, wait, yeah, Sashara can shout out, Noetic. They are an amazing bunny. You've done some really cool art, by the by. I love what you've been doing so far. Thank you for shouting them out, Morse. You've been doing some Deep Rock Galactic. Nice. This is a cool bun. This is another bunny. Yes, Bookie, there's another bunny now in the chat. It's not just you and Afronasia. Ow. Alright, yep, cool. So, this is Pinnacle Woman. I might Fantasia her into a cat girl, but, like, look at her. Look how big she is. She's currently, like, just... She's my fisherman. Nah! She's my fisherman, so she does all that nonsense. Cookie! A pixelated cookie for Bookie! You can barely see the cookie, but there is a cookie there. Then we've got Zabrella. We're gonna keep the bun girl. Alright, what did you give me? Sky Chaser Fur. Cool. So wait, so what did Sash say earlier? Look, a guy who can randomly visit a medieval store at Halloween was walking with his bunny ears before. Depending on how far Grants gets, and you're gonna dip out for spoilers. Understandable. Those Hello. So yeah, yep, cool. Oh! I tried to get... I was waiting for Ixion until midnight. I was waiting for Ixion until midnight last night, and, I checked the, I've checked the fate tracker for, or, like, I checked, like, file loop for the hunt tracker and what have you, and I learned that Ixion was killed. When did they succeed on this? At 1 in the morning. Half an hour to 45 minutes after I disconnected. Which means that I quite literally left like 5 minutes before it spawned. And now I have to wait like a day and a half before it spawns again in Materia. Alright, so I'm going to put all these back in. I need more of this. I need more of the salmon. I need more of the ruby red. I don't have enough ruby red. And I want to try and hold, like, at least 4, maybe 10. The general purpose stuff I would very much love, but, you know, that's not a guarantee we're going to get that. I tried going through, like, all these, like, different... I might... Depending on, like, the difficulty on some of these, I might make them again. and then I'll just have all the excess sold on the marketplace. So I've got spare blank one orchestral scrolls and such like that. Because, yeah, some of these, like, I don't think a lot of them are, like, worth a lot of money, but I think once they're crafted, they're worth a lot of money. But yeah, thank you for following me on TikTok. I really appreciate it. All right. So, you do your thing. Let me just get my monies. Because anytime I get, like, excess gear, I just desynthesize it, and then I put the materials on the marketplace. Because you can't sell the material on the marketplace, but you can sell the... Sorry, you can't sell the gear on the marketplace, but you can at least sell the materials. Some people pay quite a bit for it. But yeah, I've unlocked, like, so many more, like, locales and such like that. And then there's, like, all these different dungeons I did. So, yeah. Color of Depression. No ambience, some quests. I've got some others. There's seasonal ones here.
New_y_y paid me to say Grant there is a usual umbrella, but if we color it with black and white stripes will be it called Zebrella.
Nah, you call it Umbra. It would be called an Umbra. But yeah, so. We're doing it, chat. We're going... Hi there, Lysandra Husky. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right. I have got... my glamour, I reckon, is on point. I reckon it's good. I'm ready for, like, an adventure. And it's like, I'm not a pioneer. I'm a buccaneer. Because the pioneers, they got diseases. They got poisoned. They got all kinds of problems with them. But you know what the buccaneer did? They went and got cutlasses as a cutting instrument and machetes for the forests. They went for taller leather boots to avoid poisonous ivies and what have you trailing at their legs. They went for belts and pouches for, like, you know, easier carrying of gear and keeping it closer into their... Who's that? Who's that? I saw the orange text. You can't hide from... Who? Who's that? There was some orange text. There was someone there. You prog Dawntrail EX2, and you've got 42% on pull 2. Nice. Where the fuck did they go? Hi there, Popcat. Was not expecting you to be on at this hour. What do you... Okay, I definitely need to get my Twitch schedule sorted, because if I'm not working on the Saturday, I'm going to be trying to work... or if I'm not working on the Saturday, I'm gonna try and stream on the Saturday morning. My god, there's so many cats. Ooh, cat lady. What is that gear? I've seen that red gear before. Archfiend. Okay, so it's Archfiend armor with... nothing. And then they've got the black classic spectacles. Oh, there you are. There. Hey, it's Savage. Hi. Lolly ho. So I'm guessing that's your... You've got like a lucha libre kind of outfit, I feel, because of like the really tight... Because of the tight pants, but then you've got like these boots with all the laces on it. Luchador, I think, is the luchador vibe to you, with the lacking shirt and long laced up boots. Yeah, nice. Hope's Legacy. Do I have any new titles, actually? Hang on a second. Profile, here we go. So, I've got... My goodness, I actually got quite a few. Iron Eater, Exterminator, Builder of the Realm, Provider of the Realm, Seeker of Skill, Seeker of Bounty, Storm Lord, Cavalier, Dungeon Master, Storm Puppy, Storm Howler, Storm Growler, Heart of the Party, the Ambitious Angler, the Meataxe of the Stalwart Axe, Defender of Eorzea, of Dragon's Keep, Icebreaker, of the Silver Lining. Oop. Yeah, you did something. Alright, close you. Gentleman, Tamer of Steeds, the Unsevered, Z. This one I used to use quite a bit. I used to use the letter Z so much. Gambler, Bug Boy, Deck Holder, Deck Hoarder, Bearer of the Torch, Unbeliever, The Redeemed, Nighod Slayer, of the Silver Fuller, Imperial Nuisance, Under Archon, The End of Asalian, The Oathkeeper, The Mithril Heart, Blackblood, Illuminati Quencher, Finder of False Gods, Dark Driver, Grandmaster of the Hand, Grandmaster of the Land, Minion Collector, Minion Master, Mammoteer, House Fortemp's Knight, Sky Pirate, The Numenon, Mythbreaker, The Gear of Change, All Thoughts, The Dragon Song, Polis Raider, The Chief Mourner, The Wings of Time, Surrender of Souls, Chloe's Friend. Archfiend is currently unavailable PvP armor due to it being a reward from a previous PvP season. Ah, how come you don't have a himbo title? I used to have a himbo guild, but then I disbanded when I left Materia because I'm not great at making guilds and doing the hard yards with that. The Finest Pupil Ally, Fate Walker, GG's Best Friend, Tamer of the Undying Flame, Survivor, Aegon, Confederate. I need the Americans here, okay? Americans. Confederate is not a like, that's not a title you want, is it? Like, I'm not like crazy for hearing Confederate, and I'm just having this like, just having this moment of just like, yeah, no. Confederate isn't good. No, not one I want. Exactly. Thank you. There was a group of pirates in the Ruby Sea, and they're like, "We're the Confederates," and I'm like, "Oh, Yoshi P, you know, that sounds cool and all because yes, a Confederate is like, you know, an organization and what have you, but calling a group of pirates Confederates is like calling a bomb squad like the big boy and little, like the big boy. It's like there's some cultural connotations that, you know. Adversary, step warrior. Oh, step warrior. This is Right Fist, the Liberator, Deltascape Deleter, the Old Cup Champion, loved by the axe of the Swirling Abyss, Ribbon's left arm, Fashion Leader, the New Sun, Under the Moon, Monster Hunter, Prelude, Lord of the Fetch, Outlander, the Fey Touch, Seeker of Hidden Truths of the Sunless Sea, Enemy of Innocence, Shadowbringer, Sworn Protector. Okay, this is the one I like using. World Cleaver. It's a good one. Wandering Vanguard, of Virtuous Deeds, Echo of a Fallen Star, Shepherd to the Stars, Writer of Histories. I think I'm gonna stick to what the hell is that? Oh, did I miss anything from chat? Oh, no, I've not missed anything from Savage. All right. Your current title is Storm Puppy. You need to get that PvP up. You need to get that PvP up. All right, where the fuck am I going? A new world to oh, I need to head to the northern. Wait, can I get to it from? Yes, I can. I can get to it from the docks. Cool. All right, so I'm not being an idiot. Ooh. Any hoosies. Excuse me. We can get to it from the docks. You only do PvP for the glam pieces, no other reasons? I need to get better at the PvP, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't have a DPS class, so trying to do, like, the PvP, I feel like is a little bit difficult, especially if I'm not, you know, learning how to do the, Nope, that takes me to Vesper Bay. Like, I don't know how to do the PvP well. Like, I don't know, like, what I should be looking for. Like, because sometimes I'm like, oh, here's a straggler. Even a fucking black mage. It feels like I hit the black mage, and it's like, oh, they're just, like, tanking all my hits. And I'm like, how? Wish you could join me, but I can't go to Crystal. No, fair. Look, if I'm ever going to do, like, a collabby thing, I am either gonna... I think... everyone can get to the Oceania servers. I don't know if everyone can get to Dynamis. Alright, where are you? Okay, so you're at the Annex. Who are you after? Oh, you want, like, disciples. Yep, okay. Aridville. Oh, actually, before I forget... no, not the collection. Fashion accessories. There we go! Alright, actually, I do need to hide the sword. There we go. Look at that! Oh, we're so fucking ready. Hang on a second, hang on a second. Like, look at this. G-pose. Hang on a second, hang on a second. Alright, so... our print screen... How do I make it so that everyone face the camera? There we go. I love how they both turn. Alright, hang on. How do I make it so that they don't both turn? I need to make it so that only... So I need to make it so that the NPC doesn't do the... hang on a second. So... character display showing all. So, disable you. There we go. Our print screen. Look at this. Isn't this great? All right, I'm done with the group posing. All right, here we go. You was focused on MSQ, so you didn't do those. Aw. You may or may not have completed all of Heaven's Ward through Endwalker's Aether Current side quest today. Nice. The Aether Currents, I had to go through the Aether Currents, like the full, like 10 apiece in Endwalker. I am not envious of, like, needing to do that again in Dawntrail, but I know if I don't, it's going to be a terrible time. It's a job of a certain... Yeah, I'm gonna... They're just telling me about places I can go. So that's talking about the Great Work. That's talking about something else. You have one of the area's Aether Currents. Nice, 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 nice. Thank you. One does not simply refuse. Not sure if Oceania can go to Dynamis or not. I don't think Oceania can go to Dynamis. I think everyone can go to Oceania, but Oceania can't go to everyone. I think that's the short problem. I think that's the problem. You play DNC and just have a fun little burst every once in a while. Okay. You'd like to play 14 at some point. You have friends that run the game, but you can't really find a lot of time to get down and sit and do an MMO. Okay, Noetic. Top tip. Pace yourself. Like, I don't know if you've got, like, previous, like, MMO experiences, but before I went through Final Fantasy XIV, I've gone through Adventure Quest, Mech Quest, Dragon Fable. I did a small stint in World of Warcraft, but I didn't go very far because I was so confused on the direction to go. I went through Warframe. That one was like a proper exploration into it and what have you, so I probably went into that one. A lot of those games, the emphasis is in the MMO. When it comes to Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG, the emphasis is on the RPG. Because you're not just some random person that's, like, you know, helping, like, the three, like, you know, warring nations or something like that to keep up against the Garlean Empire. You are the warrior of light. You are not at the beck and call of greater beings. You are the greater person. They come to you for help. They're not waiting for you to come to them and be like, I demand you do this. It's like, no, it's a case of the world might be ending or something like that. And so there's like a full-on story and such. And if you take Joe Cat did a great video explain, or not Joe, wait, Joe Cat? Yeah, Joe Cat. Joe Cat did a video explaining the Final Fantasy XIV, because like the cheapest way to get into it is, you know, have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and the award-winning Stormblood expansion up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime. Join us in Eorzea today. Like, you start from the beginning, you go through A Realm Reborn, and you go through, you know, all the story beats and such. It will take time, but it'll happen. You either have that option, or you purchase a game skip, but only for A Realm Reborn or something like that, to go through the Heavensward, or you actually get yourself a game skip throughout the entirety of Final Fantasy XIV, so you just join up with friends and such, and you don't really follow the story. I would not recommend that one. I would recommend pacing yourself and going through, like, the free trial and the story, like, through A Realm Reborn. The second bit, do it with a posse. You wanna do it with a group of friends. Either they just sort of like live vicariously through you, or they're able to join in with you on some of the dungeons and trials, so then that way you can go through it quite quicker. You can't form your own parties while you're on a free trial, but that's okay, because if they're friends and they're sitting in a Discord with you, no doubt you can tell them who to invite and who not to invite, and then they'll invite their own peeps. My goodness. That is some cool-ass gear. Also, I think the wings Sashera has. And then there's... Yep, alright, cool. Ojika! Alright. Spoilers! We are going into Dawntrail territory. If you have not gone through Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG, and you have a desire of being able to go through Dawntrail without any, like, spoilers or what have you, I would recommend stepping away. If you are currently going through Dawntrail, or you don't really have too much of a care for the, brain, come on. You don't really have much of a care of what is, like, shown on the stream today, you're welcome to stick around. Level 90 to 91 MSQ Dawntrail spoilers. I am just giving a warning because I know there's going to be someone that's going to jump in like an hour and it's going to be like, oh, you're going through, oh, I wish I could watch, but I don't want to be spoiled. And then they just fuck off and it's just like, blah. Welcome back, Grant. I've just had word from Erenville. It seems he's managed to secure passage to Terrell aboard a guild ship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go and inform your travel companions? It should only take a moment. Oh, that's someone. Why did I put 2 question marks? I don't know. Want to pin that message when they join? Oh, we will be progressing through MSQ Dawntrail this stream. I don't know. One of my moderators will be able to, like, write the message or something, or rather. Who knows? Maybe Sashera is already, like, drafting a well-meaning message where it's like, oh, while drops are enabled, and that they kind of request you to, you know, be able to do, like, 6 hours of, like, potential viewing and such. You have to be mindful that we're going to be going through some Dawntrail. So, who knows? One of them might, you know, write it down and what have you. I got 2 bottles of water. You got the drop the first day? Nice. I got the drop as well. I have the, where is it? Mount Guide. I've got the silly, little, like, weed-looking thing. Alright, looking around, looking around. Stretching! Oh, excuse me. Oh, I don't keep my knapsack on me. Ojika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Erenville himself. Every race has more bones in their models, so more... Yes, I did see that. I've seen a lot of, I think it's like group pose facials or something. I don't know how they do that. Do not explain to me how they do that on stream, because I have a feeling that it's not meant to be done in a fashion that we are usually able to do it while playing through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Ah, you're all here. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's Guild ship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Torral. There'll be other passengers, researchers, and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Erenville. I doubt anyone expects we'll have to ship all to ourselves. They're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Torral, yes? We've not forgotten. The nation of Tuliol is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rites of succession and support your bid to become Dawn Servant. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Torral, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Ilzabad. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. That's all I can ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You watch the Hachafount scene and it hurts more than before. Hachafount! Now! You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Krill? Yes! As far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he has been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives, and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. We won't... Hoist sail and let the wind... No. We won't make you I go wherever's adventure is to be found. That's what they tell me. Right then. If all are still committed to the journey, then I say we should make ready to depart. Alrighty. What was... Sounded like something popped for a second, but I might be imagining things. Eager as they are, and the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the onboarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well. It makes me want to do DSR, but at the same time DSR looks scary to Prague. What? I don't know what DSR is.
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Oh, the Ultimate Dragon Songs reprise.
For once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
You was thinking of the Borgia thing? Ah, nice. I still need to go through the Borgia further.
No to us?
So, because I could, like, if I progress through the Borgia, I can also progress the Stormblood relic weapon.
It's time. I trust you have everything you need?
Yep.
And so does our ship cast off from the docks.
No, Grahatia!
We sail west.
What are you doing?
Cattenram did so.
Graha!
Bound for the new one.
Where? What are you doing on the docks?
As the continent of Tural.
You were gonna eat a taco with us. What the where? Why isn't he on the ship with us? Oh my goodness.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me! Woklamat!
Woklakamat. Graha has to stay and look after the students? Oh, come on. They're full-grown adults. They can take care of themselves. This is just like the time when I first entered Limsa from the ship. Oh, that was cool. Alright, so, yeah, so we were up there. So, we head south, past, Carithus, joining in with the Limsa trade route, no doubt. Disband. Just disband the students. There's only 2 of them. You recommend taking my time to pronounce names and areas. You realize how difficult... I'm gonna need to take my time.
So far, so good.
I'm going to need to take my time anyway.
See, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
Yeah.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
Listen to this. Listen to this Scandi. He just doesn't want to deal with nonsense. He's just like, I'm gonna get my rest before we get a storm.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know.
Well, yeah, like, this is probably a crossing of the European continent to the North American continent.
Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession.
Did you now?
Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself?
Why won't it let me snooze? Let me snooze. Oh my god. Hang on a second. Someone snoozed the commercial.
Did you look out across these same waters, grandfather?
Are you fucking kidding me? Well, there's gonna be an advertisement going off in I don't know when, but god damn it. Hang on a sec. We're gonna have to wait for the... You don't have the button. The snooze button should be accessible... So... So Twitch / you can't pin messages or anything, Grant. Twitch broke all their shit. Are you sure? Go to your chat messages and double check, because like I can still see like ban, timeout, deletes. And if I hover over stuff like anyways, one potential area to like look at perhaps is is the it could like maybe the moderator like area. We're not gonna go, so excuse me, nose. Man. Layout, enable shield view. Okay, so you can't see the... So you can't see the advertisement thing within the moderator view. Or at least as far as I know, you can't. Huh. Excellent quality, minimize the docs. Show mod messages, show moderation actions, show messages caught by auto mod. Deleted messages are brief. Emote, annotation, animations, celebrations, timestamps. Does not want to do celebrations. Alright, cool. Alright, advertisement is done. Alright, let me just move back over to this chat, snap you over there, drop this. Alrighty then. We can now move on to talking to the people such as Fontaine. Oh, this will be my first visit to Toral. Fontain's the name. I was working at Eshtime's Aesthetics in Uldar, you see. But my employment with them, came to an end. That's why I visited Charlian in the hopes of starting over. While I was attempting, and failing, to find a new job, I realized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn Servant welcomes all regardless of origin. So, Tuliol all seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Oh, hopefully things will be better this time. Sup, Woklama? Deep breaths. Deep breaths. I can feel my edge start to dull on these long sea voyages. How about some light sparring later? My story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Ekataram, you know? The first Eorzean to set foot on Toral, almost 80 years ago. The Mamul Jaw's leader is said to have welcomed Ketan Ram with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back. Potatoes, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tales say Ketan Ram returned to Tyrol several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last voyage, and he was never heard from again. Even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end as testimony to the ocean's peril. I see you're in Eorzea before, you great and famous hero. Ah, I've had enough of playing this simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of UA's Eorzeans coming to Tyrell, it's become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. Huh. Interesting. Self-assured trader. Oh, a capitalist. An adventurer, I presume? I am a merchant myself, based in Uldar. Specialty import and exports, Eorzean and Torali both. If this is your first crossing the sea, as they say, do remember that the social mores of an Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this. It is not uncommon for the various races to refer to instead by the name of certain clans. For the Makote, the Hestasoro. The Rothgar, the Zerbrol. The what? The Zib... What kind of fucking Organization 13 name is that? Zibrol?
Zbal.
Zizbal. I'm gonna drink some water. Hang on a second. Not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. I'm told this vessel has been equipped with a barrier generator to protect it from storms. A reassuring thought, though I nevertheless pray there will be no need for it. Did you want a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next in the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession. Your young Wat Lamet being one of them, of course. But for what a Muljar Broke Oak was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise. Alright, and you can go to, like, Old Charlian from there. Huh. Fire. Did you learn anything of interest? Oh! I hadn't heard that about the clan names. We should have Waklamat and Erinville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up on here. Let's all gather in the cabin. Ah, excuse me.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
Oh, okay. Look.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I thought you did this journey before.
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
While out on sea.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Way to make it obvious, Alize.
Erinville, you were born in Tyrol, yes? Do many Vieira live there?
Oh, good
The
question.
Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
Shatona.
And your
okay.
family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name.
What?
As for my mother,
Oh boy. Can we not just have a calm sail just once? Oh my god.
Oh dear.
The last good ship sail was A Realm Reborn, and even then we didn't know what we were getting into.
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
There's something out there that's doing a little more than just a little light breeze up there.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since.
Jesus. Yep, this is very much like the crossing of the European continent to the North Americans.
Like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alize, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself. Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning.
Just like in, Whirl Eater. Glad to see that some of the technology used in A Realm Reborn is utilized here.
He must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease.
Well, I've taken part in some of the wondrous tales.
Woklama, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress.
Righto. I like this Erinville, like, giving us, like, a little rundown really quickly. It's not like Emmett Selk or the people before, where it's like, oh, the region here.
Had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, That battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
Well, we still have wine and beer and all kinds of spirits, so it must not have been a total disaster when we were done. Oh. That sounds like land. Ow. Jesus, it's bright. Ah! Got fucking flashbanged. Oh. Bluefin booby.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air?
Yeah.
Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground.
Heavens forbid you're sick out on sea.
Can't be much farther now, can it?
Yeah, I know those. Those are boobies.
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
They're called blue-footed booby.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Should be easier once we get to shore,
Yes,
too.
indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
I wonder if we're in view of it. I wonder if we can see Tyrrell.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Ow. Oh, there's the music.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
It's just like the cutscene.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
There.
Ah, damn it! I missed the point. Damn it.
Our next great adventure.
At last, we are coming
Oh!
to a new world. To my home, Tural.
Her hair looks so beautiful. Woo! We're here. We're at Dawntrail. Yuktoral Tuliyolal. Hopefully I said that correctly. Yep, this definitely sounds like music you'd get from like entering into a new big city. It has the Roaring Twenties music in the background as well.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
This is just a port city too.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
They are Vanu.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Indeed.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out or...
Ah, you're being facetious.
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
Remember, there is no undocumented immigrants when you're walking around with royalty. Healthy dope of nepotism.
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
Zabal.
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next Dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tulihyolal?
We were invited.
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Look at her. I need to take photos and share these to Kahlua.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well. You really are a figure of authority here.
You had doubts?
Anyway, first things first.
Oh, no! 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 Damn it! Shit! we're replaying this cutscene. Ah! Shit! I was trying to send something to Kahlua. And then the next thing I know, like, I click into the thing. And then we can fix this. Good job, Grant. Well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. You have arrived in Tuliol. You can return to the city at any time by speaking with a Swanky sailor in Scholar's Harbor in Old Charlian. Ah! Okay, hang on. So we've got the hunt board, we've got traders over there. Repair shops. Ventures, vocate. We'll have a plate. No doubt they're going to be over here somewhere. Hang on, hang on. We're gonna just give me. We're gonna fix this, okay? I'm so sorry. Ah! Let me fix this. Is there any reason? No, I don't need to talk to him. All right, cool. We're just gonna head to a room. We're gonna check the book. It's gonna have the cutscene in the book. And then once we're there, then we'll like. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me fix this. Retire to a room. I mean, if you give it 5 minutes, you would have had your room in Tyrol. I didn't see it there, so we're running back here, okay? Yoon. Ding dong. Fifth cutscene. Here we go. Dun 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 dun. Also, you get to hear the jazz music again. Oh, damn, the kobolds cleaned up nice. I didn't pick up on the kobold earlier. Like, look at them. It's like polished armor pieces.
Gods. I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms?
I love how Krill's first concern is that we're undocumented.
Did you forget who you're traveling with?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next Dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tuliyolal?
Tuliyolal.
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
I'm sorry, I'm just taking so many photos. She's so sweet.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first.
All right, here we go, chat. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
I bid you welcome to Tuliyolal.
Yay! Okay, I'm happy now. I'm good. All right, now we can go through the Dawntrail thingy-majiggies. No more misclicks. All right, no more misclicks or anything like that. Also, all these guys are done. Hat of the Ghost Thief. Yep, cool. Cracked cluster. You can go in there. That's for the tabletop. That's the field notes. Dun, dun, dun. Alrighty then. Now we're gonna head back over to there. How far have you gone into this, Sashera? As far as like, ooh, sexy. The temptation to play a Femroth is always strong. Alright, back up here. Okay, I know I'm going through this in a very, like, backwardsy kind of fashion, but I was an idiot. Dunk. Yep. I know there was, like, a portal, like... Yeah, no, ignore me. Da. Broko's in. Great work. Ah, okay, so over there, yeah. Heading westward, I'll be traveling to Tuliyolal just as soon as my cargo's stored. Nice. Alrighty then. The Mountain Chromite Weapon Coffer. Alright, will be an interesting thing to see. While being on solid ground has improved Waklamat's mood, her stomach appears to be lagging behind. Right then, first things first. I still feel a little queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we've just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. No arguments there. I should very much like to explore. Then, I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Hi. We were wondering who these strange folks were. So the third promise had found herself some new followers then. Followers? What, Clamat? Are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick, no sir. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the rite of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to, command a respectful distance, but you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please, don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, Third Promise. I wonder why she's given the title Third Promise. I didn't, like, properly read up on that reason, like, if that was given to us earlier. Woklamatz is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of her station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. Wait! What do you mean, technically? I suggest we move in 2 groups so as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me, then? Grant, you and Krill can come with me. I'll take the twins, then. We'll be in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We have time enough for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Woklamat's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. Yeah. I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself, what with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Aaronville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at our docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay. Mostly small fishing boats or barge ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Yuktoral, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Woklamet and Krill are now accompanying you. Yep. I don't need this explanation already. We had this back in Endwalker. Dun, dun. Vincent Shonyan. Dun, dun. Alright, hang on a second. I'm gonna adjust the, How's that? Is that all right? That's not too loud for everyone? Alright, so they're just in a cutscene right now. This is Bayside Bevy, Tololio's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbour, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Oh, right, I should mention that here in Tololiol, we buy things with Pel, a currency that the Pelu Pelu created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming in from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your gil. There's also Wakumeki Meki. Am I saying that correctly?
Wamekai
Meki. Okay. Meki. There's also Wabeki Meki, another... There's also... Wakumeki Meki... No, it's not... Wakumeki Meki, another market to the east of here. But that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next, we'll head back a bit. Then northward, up the stairs to a certain plaza. Can't wait to see the look on your faces. Is there a little... Yeah, there is. There's a little aether current around here. Summoning bell. Where is it? Dun, 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 dun. There's the aether... Did I miss an aether shard? No, I didn't miss an aether shard down there. Oh, I interrupted. God damn it, I interrupted it. Nice, nice, nice. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that's cool. The fuck is he doing there? Nice. How are we ever to fulfill any of these requests? What we need is someone experienced in trades. Yeah, there it is. There's the aetherite. A lot of ponchos. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me. You have aetherites in Toliulol? I think I told you before, but my brother, Koana, spent 3 years studying in Sharlayan. He fell in love with the nation and its ways, and brought back to us the knowledge of aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once, had one built immediately. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again, and then up the slope to the right. Right at the top of the gate, which leads to, Zaktual. Let's make a stop at Bright Bloom Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters for the Landsguard. Registered as a favored location. Replacing... I think I'm gonna have Revenant's Toll. No, I think I'm gonna have Ulmor replaced, actually. Or... Yeah, I'm not really going back to the first that often, so yeah, Ulmor is gonna be removed. Alright. That's probably not the way they wanted me to go that, but... Alright, alright. Jesus Christ, this is a massive hill. Reminds me of Budrum. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Lukma gets her endless endurance. We have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see, though, the builders make sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. Nice. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. Dun 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 dun. Gabbages. Yep, okay. So we just follow through. Small turn. Look at Krill. Sorry, I just wanted to take that picture. Ah, excuse me. Oh, okay. Here we are. Bright Plume Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tuliyollals and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by a nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zoral Ja took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alize should be around to hear it too. Come! It's time I showed you the Sky Gate. It's right at the northern end of the Talon March. I'm guessing that's the Sky Gate, right there. Da-da-da. It's fucking huge. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yokhul. Strictly speaking, Toral is actually two separate continents. Yok-Toral, the southern lands of the mother, and Zok-Toral, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond that bridge. Legends say it used to be the one great landmass, but long, long ago, the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one flew threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. A familiar sounding tale. I am but in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiac. But getting back to Zok-Toral, those lands are also part of the Tuliyollal nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the people of two continents into a single nation. The many clans of Toral have been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Zokturel requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the Rite of Succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm a Dawn servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. I wish we could go there right now. When have we ever been stopped by a pass? Be patient. I swear that once the throne is mine, that travel permit is yours. We must have covered half the city by now. Tuliolal is unlike any other place I visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Alright, let's see what it looks like. It's not bad, it's not bad. I will cast a glamour on it. I got like 100 of these guys, so... There we go. God damn, this motherfucker is huge. Look at it! Alright, so 660. And the thingy was... Where is he? There he is. 645. Alright, so we've got a ways to go before we cross that threshold. We'll head west next, towards the Arc of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles, too? Tuliolal certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll carry on. Yeah, alright. The Arc of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. Alrighty. Alright, so we're heading down there. I'm probably gonna purchase more I probably should have purchased, like, way more glamour prisms. Because, yeah, I've got the storm... Like, the storm seals aren't gonna be used too often. Glamour... Like, the glamour, prisms, venture tokens... I don't think I can get gristle greens. But, yeah. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the site of a Yokul temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Zokturel to appease the gods who slumber in the great ocean trench. After the Yokul withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries, so when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Tural. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built themselves because the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we're passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tuliolal. We climb these sets of stairs here, all the way up. Oh my goodness. Stairs! So many fucking stairs! Goodness gracious. Oh, the palace. Okay, so you're talking about this thing. I thought they were going to be talking about the view, but apparently they're talking about the palace. The sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what that carving at the top represents. Ooh, good question. Probably the Titans? The two Titans that, like, split the continent, perhaps? Papa's palace is called Volok Shushan. Wait, Shunsa. Voluk Shunsa. We roughly translate it to invincible resilience. You probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. Okay. Alright, and we make our way down to the, to the Resplendent Quarter. Dun, 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 dun. This is honestly like a really cool spot. So, this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Ah, we have residents from all the Yogg-Toroil clans. Mamul-Ja, Exbal, Pelupelu, Moblin, Hanu. We also have Tonawak. Why are you giving me these difficult words? I'm having a hard enough time with English, and you're giving me, like, fucking, like, Tonawal... Tonawawata. Hehetsaro? Shetona? Okay. We also have Tonawatwa. I got that wrong right at the get-go. Hang on.
Tonawata.
Tonawata.
Hazaro.
Hey, Tonawata. Hazaro. Shetona. We also have Tonawata, Hetasaro, and Shetona, who have moved south from their ancestral lands in Yogg-Toroil. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Toroil. A true representation of Toroil's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's all so beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we've come down the stairs. Oh, we continue down the stairs. The bunny girl looks really sexy. I love the bunny girls. Alright, alright, let's keep moving down. There we go. That big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasion. What was that noise? They play it for formal occasion, like when honoring the land's god return from a dangerous duty. I've tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? Well, clearly not an axe, because otherwise you're just gonna break the... You're gonna break the taunt. Hey, alpacas! Look at these silly little horses. The alpacas just made a long journey, so I'm giving him a bit of a rest. That storm really churned up the trails, and my four-legged friends are having a harder time than usual. My goodness, look at... Oh my god. Welcome! If it's an alpaca you need, then look no further. Before we get you saddled up, I'll need to add your name to our register. It'll make things smoother the next time you need a ride. I'm afraid I can't lend you an alpaca if you can't tell me where you're heading. Ah, okay. So, they're not like a chocobo where you can just start riding them wherever. Because, like, you can either go for a set route with a chocobo, or you can just ride the chocobo, like, anywhere else, and you just, like, drop off it when you leave it. And here are our dirigibles. Not bad, eh? I heard other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tuliulol. We have them for the exact same reasons as the Aetherites. Koana brought back the plans from Charliot, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements, trade with frontier communities, has never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Ark of the Dawn awaits. Wait, where? Okay, hang on a second. So, let me just get the Aether current that's just... Or, not Aether current, but the Aetherite that's just over here. Because if we collect all of them up, then there should be, like, you know, additional shown around the city, like, getting to, like, an airship landing or something. My goodness, this place is huge. This feels bigger than, like... This feels bigger than any of, like, the original, like, some of the, like, opening areas you normally go to. It reminds me of, like, Razat Han a little bit. Have they been, like, or maybe it's just the case of, like, they're throwing me into areas that I'm not usually gonna go. So, really, like, everything is compact here, but then, like, the minute you go to, like, oh, so why is there a... Oh, wait, no, that's for the drum. We've already talked about the drum, so that one doesn't matter. Here we go. This is it? The Arch of the Dawn. When the Giants were still here, it was known as the Yogg-Toro Land Gate, but when Papa founded Tuliulol, everyone's been using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Through this gate is Kozama Uka. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Kozama Uka? Enjoy your vacation, Zeebs, while it lasts. I will enjoy it, thank you very much. The wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the Right of Succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozama Uka. The name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Those are alpacas! Fearsome four-legged fiends! Sure they are. Fearsome? They seem quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Krill. You'll learn soon enough. You know what this sounds like? It sounds like every Final Fantasy person being like, "Oh no, Grant, it's a red chocobo. Look out for the red chocobo. They're so dangerous." What red? There's no red chocobo. There's no danger with the fucking chocobos, okay? They're fine. So yeah, but yeah, I think it's absolutely hilarious that she's just like, alpacas. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. What's up, Sash? You don't believe me? There's no danger to the... Hello. Arissa Maya. Oh, okay. I'm glad that I'm kind of going through this section when, like, other people are going through this as well. I don't feel far behind. I actually feel like I'm engaging it at the same time as everyone else. And it's like, you're seeing all kinds of, like, different outfits and what have you, which is interesting. If you wish to learn the history of Tuliyollal, then look no further. These stone pillars, you mean? Ooh, okay. Alright, alright. And then we get ourselves a chess piece. Krill regards the mountain pillars curiously. What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? That's a... Oh, god damn it, there's an advertisement! Do not underestimate the red... Oh my... Do not underestimate the red chocobo. I will underestimate the red chocobo. Alright, we're not gonna... Any advertisements that crop up will... It should not be 6. It should not be 6. Any advertisements that crop up will pause progression of the MSQ. Dawntrail Spoilers ahead. Zeebs. Thanks you for Zeebs, thanks you for your patience and not spoiling the story / elements. Alright, there we go. That's pin this message. Manually unpin at the end of the stream is the plan. There we go. But yeah. Stretching. I don't have any snacks. I should really think about getting snacks again. If I can somehow make, because like the thing is that the thing I've noticed is that like if I try to make it so that I have like a breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I don't feel so hungry as the day goes on. And the thing is that like I don't really need a lot of food if I do a breakfast, lunch, and dinner, especially on the weekends when I'm just like, you know, sitting at home, what have you. But the thing is that like yeah, I just don't have a lot of like let me just hang on a second. Let me just checking snacks. Hang on a second. Checking kitchen for snacks. One moment. Welcome back, Wild Saber. I double-checked my kitchen. I have a block of cheese, I have pizza sauce, and sliced beetroots. Although I don't 100% trust the sliced beetroot, because I think I've already opened it. But that might have been a while ago. I don't keep a lot of snacks in my kitchen. Because the thing is that, like, the few times that I have food in my kitchen, sometimes I accidentally do, like a DoorDash order, because I don't want to, like, do cooking and what have you. I'm a very, just, you know, high maintenance, low effort sort of Zeebs. Alright. Hopefully we're all back. Let's move on. At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a real good look, you'll see you'll see there's something much more interesting. Oh, okay, destination. Hang on a second. I'm guessing this is cutscene. So yeah, each of the pillars look like they hold, like, pictographs. Pictures? Wait, no. These are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories. Many of them featuring a two-headed, Mamulja. Oh! Then this must be... That's right. It follows the exploits of my father, Galul Jaja. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Hang on a second. This is the one everyone's been simping on Twitter.
Galul Jaja.
Galul Jaja. It follows the exploits of my father, Galul Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuloliol Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tuloliol came to be. Study them as long as you'd like. No, Twitter is simping over Bakul. What? Waklamat. Ah! I love how she's, like, you know, doing the little thing. The 4 stones closest to us cover the first half of Papa's travels. Let's start with those. Hang on, can I, like, click... What happens if I click on her again? I'm gonna catch her when she does, like, has her, like, cat stare. Hang on a second. There we go. Alrighty. Hi there, Davey boy! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome! Alright, now... Okay, so it goes lay, brotherhood, read, pots, repast. Okay. Now... Are they going to be right to left, or are they going to be left to right? I'm going to go... Alright, I'm going to go with the lay of repast. Because I think it's a right to left. This one recounts the lay of repast. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of a Zibral, like me. For decades, the Zibral and the Mamulja were at war for the control of the forest of Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuloliol. There is a clan of Hrothgar and Bozja known as Helians. In their society, the women rule as queens, and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Toral, Zibral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. Absolutely. The lay of the Brotherhood. This pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer Ket something. I can never remember the name. You mean Ketan Ram. Ah, yes, that one. Ketan Ram's arrival in Tyrol is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It's said that the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit, if not in blood, but no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Ketan Ram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he travels between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Alright, Lay of Pots. Let's see. This one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the moblins of Kozama Uka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblins' goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly, the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Torali counterparts. Yeah. What's more is, like, the Moblins are, you know, way more fancy and on this side than their counterpart side. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Hanu in their village in Kozama Uka. Ah, the people Alphino almost mistook for Vanu, if not for the colorful plumage. He spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in their countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and colorful sort. They hold this one festival every year. Very famous and a lot of fun. Oh my goodness! The birds host the Mardi Gras. These birds are hosting Mardi Gras. That's what they must be doing. Damn, I can't wait for when we get into June next year. They've got to do a Mardi Gras. The Hanu have got to do Mardi Gras. There's got to be a pride parade at this point. Think about it. Oh, look at these birds with, like, their flamboyant plumage. They host a festival once a year in celebration. Like, that honestly sounds like a canon reason for having pride parades in Eorzea / Tyrol. Like, am I wrong? I want to see that. Honestly, like, look, fuck corporations, like, you know, just doing like oh, we've made our symbol a rainbow. Isn't that pride? Isn't that so, great that we're in line with pride parades and what have you? Never mind the fact that it's not being presented in some of the African countries and anywhere in the Middle East, because it's still not seen as a worthwhile venture to do there, because it is possibly lost and a bannable offense. Whereas here in America, oh my goodness, the rainbows. Meanwhile here, my god, Yoshi P, give us Mardi Gras. Like, look, you clearly have some fetishes. We've seen the gear. The dances, the dancing gear alone, I reckon would be worth it. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. Yep. Please. Alright, Lay of Proof. Ah, the Lay of Proof. That big fellow is of the Yokhul, the largest of the Tyrol's people. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Tyrol. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they have turned northwards, setting their sights on Tyrol. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Ukwapaka. I've never seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Tyroli history? Who knows? Lay of Gold. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelu whose homeland is in Urquapaka. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Telluriel's those markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Toral. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders. Sounds like Lalafels with extra steps. Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left a pillar for the next chapter of Telolial's history, whatever that might be. Oh, so it is a left to right. Okay, I thought it was a right to left. This one is my favorite, The Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Toral Vidral, Valagramonda. I should explain. A Toral Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. Tataru described the Far Eastern auspices in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomenon? Ooh, like the Four Lords! Maybe. It could be like the Four Lords. The Valagarmonda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon Toral every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end after a great struggle. Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and sealed it away in the Urquapaka Mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Valagarmonda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Tuli Yulal's national emblem and adorning the banners at the palace. Ah. Had your fill of history yet? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while, but now I think I'm ready to eat again. So, let's go and make ourselves a bite of local delicacy. Come, I'll have you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. You must be really pleased with me at this point, Sashera. Even with my fucking himboism and, like, half of my shit of, like, the alliances and the trials skipped, like, I'm able to, like, you know, make callbacks now to the things that have happened in Final Fantasy XIV. Because there's, like, so many, there's so many references from, like, previous Final Fantasy titles being made here in Final Fantasy XIV. I don't catch up on like, a lot of them. Oh, god damn. Hang on a second. Ah, hey there! Oh my goodness, you look amazing. Hang on. Hang on, let's see. You look amazing. Look at Orin. Look at this. So, you're right now a Astrologian, is it? Yes, you're an Astrologian. And yeah, you honestly look like you're in sort of like a sort of Californian Mexican sort of attire. It's really cool. I love it. Amazing work there. Nice. All right, I just need to really quickly pick up the forward cabin's aetheryte. Give me a minute. Otherwise, I'm gonna forget it, and it's gonna be a problem when I... Dun, 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 dun. It's peak? Oh, okay. Apparently it's peak. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, there's... So good at level 100. I'm curious how I'll go to level 100. Because here's the thing, is, I've been able to get my tanks to level 90 now. the white mage healer that's currently at 55, that's probably not going to be progressing any faster anytime soon. I definitely need to go through these. I will be real with you though. I wanted to do the machinist. It's so fucking tempting getting the machinist because I've seen some of the fucking abilities that the machinist does, and it just looks like a fucking crazy amount of gunfire and shit. And it looks like there's this one with like 2 like fucking Gatling guns, and you're just like, what the fuck is a kilometer? And you're just like bang, 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 bang. You've been feeling guilty for enjoying it, to be honest, because so many people are hating on it. The Astrologian is legit almost the same level as your Scholar, just from helping people fuck around. Nice. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tololio classic. You bake a crunchy shell from corn flour and you fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Zebalya's Tibet. And I need one right in front of me, right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with old Brook Ovi. Alright, alright, alright. I can't be the only one that thinks the Final Fantasy Online cursor thing looks like a toy. It's just a silly little arrow. Bokevu.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Damn it, now I want a taco.
And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scales are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Silver Scales? Who's he talking about?
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
Mm-hmm.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's local legends.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
The One Piece!
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
You legit DM'd Dan when you did the cutscene and said, I need tacos? Can I get tacos?
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils.
Like, I want tacos.
Oh.
Hey, what the fuck? Oh. Ow, what the?
If it isn't the third promise.
The fuck are you?
No.
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's
You don't even have the same two
Uklemat is
heads.
so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
What is it with fucking Twitter and bad boys? What is it? What is, like, they're dicks!
The third promise remembers us. Such an honor.
Fuck Jewel.
Glory on your name, brother.
Okay, so they're split. There's a mighty on the left
And on yours,
and a mystic on the right.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Okay.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
Must be.
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family.
Oh.
Unlike the sneevling housecut, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
Fuck you.
All peoples are equal in Tulihyolan. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
Oh, she has a toe ring. No. Ah! Ah!
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense. Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
Fucking dick.
Two-headed Mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft.
Uh-huh.
Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common.
Mm-hmm.
The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo,
Hubigo?
the Bunewa,
Okay, so they got more chameleon
and the
eyes.
Dopro.
Alright.
Every once in the great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Imagine trying to explain to conjoined twins, oh, you're magical.
Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Hopefully someone has clipped, like, that experience of just, like, the tacos
Your
breaking.
tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest.
Alright, alright.
As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
I refuse to elaborate
Palace it is.
because I don't know what I just said.
No.
Tacos fix everything. Speaking of tacos, hi Blue! Welcome to the stream, welcome, welcome. How are you doing this Saturday?
Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
No, I want tacos.
So it goes.
I want tacos. You have work in 2 hours. Oh, you're doing a Saturday afternoon shift. Okay, okay. 12, 14. Oh no, I'm like an hour ahead of you or something like that, aren't I? I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tulioli's cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alphino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter or even the eastern side of Talonmach if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of how the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Volokshusna. Oh, my poor empty belly. So... Oh, because I did not go for the fucking... Yeah, okay. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, gemstone trader. Hang on a second, hang on a second. But I must ask that you return after I finish preparing my... Ow. There's the retainer. Hey, you got a different attire on. Nice. Yeah, you look like an artist. This is a city artist, if ever I've seen one. Although I will be real, you do look like you're about to, like, you know, go out onto a billboard and tag it with your giant, like, pumpkin head as a tag. Oh, oh my goodness, a fellow Pictomancer. They're both looking at each other right now and giving thumbs up. Nice, nice. Alrighty, alright, moving on. Alright, so we got an independent merchant there, a mender, materia. Alright. He's still following? Yeah, he's still following. Alright. Here we go. Oh, wait, no, dink. There we go. I prefer burritos. Look, I just want Mexican, okay? You love how people just interact in this game like, hi, we're same. That's fair. I think that's okay. I think that's a nice feature. And what's more is I did not get this experience. Like, what I'm experiencing right now in Dawntrail is honestly unique for me, because going through A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, even Endwalker, I wasn't at pace with the community. There wasn't, like, granted, I'm still, like, a week behind compared to a lot of people, but, the fact that we, oh, hello, oh, fucking topless. Cool. But yeah, the fact that, you know, I'm currently at, like, you know, the correct patch. I'm playing in the month that is, like, appropriately, like, I'm playing at the right point that I should be for the month. So, seeing people in, like, the major area, and, like, having, like, the, you know, the crazy amounts of, like, just attires, and it's not all brand new attire to me. It's, like, it looks like attire from previous patches, but they've fashioned themselves, you know, for the glamour and what have you. Thumbs up. There we go. Treyet Braxa. Past this gate lies Volok Shunsa. While the Dawn Servant is a forgiving man, I suggest you conduct yourself with the utmost respect. Goodness gracious, look at this fucking Valkyrie out. Wait a minute. Holy shit, wait, are you a... Oh my god, that's a Hrothgar outfit. Oh my goodness, that is awesome. Fuck yeah, more helmets. You now have Aether access. Jesus Christ, those doors are huge. You're also working 5 days again, so no proper break for me. Ooh. Ow. Alright, well, I do hope you have a wonderful time with today's work at the very least. I hope it's not too big of a bother for you, and yeah. Good luck to you. Ooh, what's up with my hand there? But yeah, update on my tax situation. Turns out I read the tax website wrong. I thought the tax break was going to be like was applied June 30th, 2024. That's not the case. The tax cut is applied for the tax year that starts July 1st, 2024. So that like $1.5 grand less tax that I would have to pay or what have you is not happening. It's not happening with this tax period. It's happening for the next one. So I still owe the government money, which is just grr. You made it. Good, then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colubri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Nice. Oh, that's a brilliant one. All right, hang on. Alright. Alrighty, hang on. Lobo skin. There we go. Oh, and you can like two-tone dye it as well. Alrighty, so let's see. So we've got like soot black. That doesn't really look like soot, but alright, I've got deep woods. The deep wood's okay. And then the second dye is... Ooh, okay. So the second dye is for the fur. Oh, wait, no, it's for the fur and the tassels. Okay. Do you pay taxes quarterly? No. So in Australia, the tax season in Australia goes from July 1st to June 30th next year. It goes off in the mid, so that's the financial year in Australia. It goes off in the mid, it does the turnover in the middle of the year, which is a bit of a weird time because in the United States, for instance, the tax year, the financial year is January 1st to December 31st. So that's what it is in the United States. So I had to sort out my tax back in like February or April or something like that. It was like my last chance to do it for me if I didn't have like, you know, the whole expat extension thing. But yeah, so yeah, with this financial year in Australia, I also had to deal with the taxes there. And it is, I'm gonna be real, it is like neither tax scenario is fun for me. Because in the United States, it's a case of I've declared my Twitch tax. I've also declared the fact that, you know, I've earned a foreign income or something or rather. Thankfully, I don't owe any tax on either one of those. And so, like, you know, United States doesn't get bothered with that one. In Australia, however, I have a hex debt. So my income is reported in, like, it's so much easier to go through Australian tax season than it is United States, because normally I'm spending like a week or two trying to find a free file tax system for from Australia to the United States, because everyone just assumes you live in the United States if you're paying US tax. So they're like, oh, do you have a US credit card? No. Do you have a US address? No. Do you have a US mobile number for two-factor authentication? No. So yeah. Okay, so yeah, yeah, it's not a fun time for me, especially if I'm still in the middle of paying my, because like here's the thing is that because the fact I have to pay Hexted and what have you, I don't get any tax break whatsoever. It's not happened for like years now. And so yeah, the last few years it's been a case of, oh, you would normally owe like you know, couple hundreds of dollars of like tax. So my deductions is a very important thing that I need to do in Australia of all things. But the problem is that there isn't that many things I purchase. What the fuck you think am I doing with my money that makes it seem as if, oh yeah, this was a business investment and work wasn't responsible for that purchase or anything? Not happening. I'm not purchasing computer gear for business. So, and a few people are like, oh, get yourself a financier. They'll get so much more money back from the government. I owe $150. You're asking me to, like, instead of, you know, and that's by filing it myself with, like, to some level of my abilities. If I go to a financial person, it's like I'm spending at least 80 bucks on them. There is no guarantee that I am going to get back my 80 bucks if I go through them for, like, you know, them figuring out, oh, you can do a deduction on these and that. Upon speaking to Aaronville, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. Alrighty, here's what we're going to do. I am going to run... I think if it's a 30-second advertisement, it will... Let me just see if the 30-second advertisement will push the advertisement that's scheduled back. It did not. It's still, like, the active, like, time is still, like, under 30 minutes, annoyingly enough. How much, like, hang on. So, ad-free viewing, scheduled ads, Twitch. What's the math? How, like, running ads, like, how much, like, ad-free is there when you run an advertisement? Nope, that's the creator camp. That does not do it for me. Automatic ad lengths and frequencies? Automatic ad length is a feature within Ad Manager designed to choose ideal ad spacing and frequency within the ad minutes per hour that you choose. It will not change your ad minutes per hour. Our goal with this feature is to choose the right settings to help you earn more ads with fewer trade-offs to engagement and growth. Okay. To include the video for both streaming, we created the chat countdown timer. Yep, cool. Oh, do I need to... Okay, hang on a second. I think I need to update something. For, like, why Sashera and, Hang on a second. Stream... Is it chat? Nope. Oh my god, where are the ads? Here it is. Pre-roll notifications, ad manager... Nope, I've got... Okay, so I've got ad notifications for both. I've got it for moderators and I've got it for myself. Okay. Weird. I'm gonna save it so instead of it being like 3 minutes before the ad starts, I'm gonna do it 5 minutes before the ad starts. Pre-rolls for incoming 187... So 180 seconds of ads every hour during your stream will disable pre-rolls, which it has. Automatically snooze ads during high engagement moments. I did not know that was a thing. Allowed to adjust ad schedule settings. With the selected ad minutes, do you want to run shorter ads more often or longer ads less often? This is how long we'll wait after the starts before running an advertisement mid-roll. 1 minute. Alright, there we go. Alright, back to the stream manager. Okay, advertisement done. And we've got like 15 minutes. Hopefully 15 minutes is like enough time to go through all the cutscenes and what have you. I've acquainted the twins with the city as best as I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably, something would catch their eye, spur them to run down an alley to investigate. 'Twas like herding a pair of unruly corrals. Heh, I understand all too well. Charlian had the same effect on me. Right then, now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home, and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what he might be in for. Okay. Interesting. Sounds like a lot of sparring. Oh no, the shoulders clip. Estinian? It's Estinian, what the fuck?
Estinian? When did he get here?
He must have gotten here pretty quickly.
What's the point? Why is he here?
We'll figure that out later.
You know this man?
Yes.
Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
Yep.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that man there.
Hi.
I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tural.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
What? Is that why you had the thing on?
I'm not sure I understand.
One head's the strength, which is the brown one, which we've been told. The other head is the mystic, which is the magic.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Huh.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
That's the name of his daughter.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Is it? Okay, is it, though? Is it a term of endearment, or are we being gaslit on this one? Hopefully it is a term of endearment. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Hey!
When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonash.
It's Erenville now, Dawn Servant.
Oh. Ellen Shay?
I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then.
Okay.
And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! All tempered steel. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Hmm.
Then I shall leave you to it.
You're not helping us?
My friends.
Alright, fine.
The claimants are assembled.
Cool. So is there like four?
The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Ona.
Why are you all fancy looking?
The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Baku Jaja.
The chosen of Mamuk?
You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away. And it is time I yield my position.
Man, if only we had politicians who thought like that.
Mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyola is young. And so I look to the always for inspiration. The right of succession. The means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyola I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulja at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well.
Ah, okay, so first, second, third chosen are like the
Yet
adopteds.
the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Do you have to be so sweaty?
You have us to compete against.
Ah, though it seems the one-head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
What?
Our brother was in shock Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral.
Okay.
Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
I'm very curious about this green-haired
Now,
Mikote.
the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest.
Hi there, Cap.
To triumph in the right of succession and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of
Augusto9 Gamer with the 23-month tier 1 sub. Hello Zeebs, how are you doing? Almost 2 years of sub.
Thank you so much, Augusto! Sorry, I just had to have one. I kind of felt like that was going to be like a trick thing of like, oh, you must find the City of Gold was going to be the goal. I didn't think it would be this early on that they tell us.
Legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact.
And what's more is you're inviting the possibility of us failing.
Are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
Good question.
Are you for us proof, my unbroken word? For I have seen it with my own
yes.
eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyola. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions. And we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same. But in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
I know you talked about a sibling. I didn't catch on that it was either like a sibling that we have not seen or that one, the green-haired one. I forgot the name already. I'm bad with names, okay? Ooh, okay. These are the same iconographies as what was on the pillars.
The Tuliyola saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you.
Okay.
Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
Okay.
So the contest is in state.
Koana, that's the one that went to Charlian.
Ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
Sure.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja just successor and be done with it.
The right of succession begins now.
You like the fit? Oh, thank you. I've been doing small, like anytime new gear has come on, I've been like, okay, let's throw a glamour on it. So
remember to collect your tablets before you leave. You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
She just keeps that in her back pocket.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
No. Sorry, I just need to try and... Now I need to try and answer a work...
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this? Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm.
There we go. You love of Galul Jaja as a character?
The glory of the Golden
Seems
City.
interesting.
Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are
It's not the
second
first
guessing your
time.
decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Oh, absolutely not.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend. And there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we
Excuse
hope
me,
to be
sir.
content
You there
when
in the
we
jumbo
arrive at the end
cactar.
of
Is the GrantZeebs streaming? Yes. Yes, the GrantZeebs is streaming. Yeah. Sorry, just stretching my legs just a little bit. I want to see where this journey leads.
So you are committed to your path? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come! It's Saralja!
Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Saralja. Take heart, tiller of the soil.
The resilient son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Soralja, the first promise and commander of the Landsguard. Saralja, the palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Soralja is indeed the natural child of Gurul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
Your hand tracking isn't happy with something? It's not happy that... just work nonsense that arrived on Friday, and it was just a case of, alright, that's not going to be solved. Consider it, like, that's not going to be solved, like, you know, to a reasonable level before the end of the day or even the weekend. Like,
he says little,
it's...
but the way he moves, I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
Basically, someone who has been working, like, apparently over a decade with us has not been working on one of our, like, office laptops / computers. And they need to be able to access our, like, you know, internal resources and what have you. And I'm pretty sure we have it in our security policy that we, like, like, we don't just provide the VPN onto personal devices. So, yeah, somehow for the last 4 years that we've done the whole work from home thing, this person has not been provided a laptop. And it's like, they've been with us for like 15 years or something like that. And I'm just like, how did this happen? How have we not had to deal with this person? Like, yeah.
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zaralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
God damn, this cutscene's long.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like.
Trains?
You in charge to make trading easier.
The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new.
You have our wholehearted support.
Currently dealing with your manager getting on IT's case because they need me to be able to access a drive within the network that you're barred from. It should not be that hard, but it's nearly 2 weeks. Your IT team is also like someone external to you, right? As well, like they're not internal hire IT, are they? Because you and I have very different experiences. You and I have very different experiences with IT because of the fact of, like, I'm in IT, and I provide, like, internal desktop support to...
Here we have Kona, the second promise.
You know.
Who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studio.
There we go, that's the... Charliean person you were talking about.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
You didn't know that with Erinville.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
Yeah, just like what Erinville did.
It was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Charlia. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
The main guy is internal, but you have no idea what his actual position is.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser Glamours.
Ugh. Rude.
Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant.
You're rude, for starters.
That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliyola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your deity. Well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. I pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
I'm glad that my hatred of them is not like, you know, one-sided here, where it's like, oh, I'm the only one that hates them.
His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
Yep.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
Conservatism.
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself.
Which is
But
problematic.
one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
Apologies, you have no more ad snooze? No, it's okay. That's why I tried doing like a short 30-second advertisement before all the cutscenes, thinking that would push back the advertisements, but they didn't. They were still like 19 minutes away from like running and such. So we've like pushed... This has now been half an hour of cutscenes.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share.
Aww.
It is our way, the Turoli way.
The Hanu is
Galul
sweet.
Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Aww.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Ah.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I know there's a way for us to, like, quote-unquote, pause this cutscene, though.
Into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Did they not know?
Of the Dawn's promise. I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja,
what the f-
martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone. I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
There we go. Now, so hopefully at this time their advertisement will go off, and then. Sorry, stretching. All right, I'm gonna move Cap into the chat. Give me a moment. Hello. Could not hear a thing as Sevas Cristal was like playing off. Sorry. Plus, you're like softly spoken right now for some reason.
Let me try some.
Yep.
Final Fantasy XIV.
Nice. All right. So yeah, so there's an advertisement running right now, and like that's going to be going on for 2 minutes. But yeah, how have you been? How far have you gone in the Dawntrails now?
I just got past the first dungeon.
Nice, nice, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm currently at like, you know, we just toured like the major city, so.
I know where you are. I'm waiting for you, little buddy.
So yeah, so I like the music in the background. It has some like roaring 20s NTs to it because of like the jazz nonsense. So yeah. So, but oh my goodness, fuck.
They do be going hard onto the brass, and I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah, I absolutely do not like Bakul. He's a dick.
He's a massive cunt. I hate him.
Yeah. I don't know why people are simping for him. I can kind of understand like Emmett Selch because like, you know, a patch late, like an expansion later, they've given us like, you know, just him being like an Astarian dick and such like that on our side rather than being like, you know, an Astarian villain.
Okay. I have a confession.
Oh, let's zoom in.
I hate his guts. I truly do hate his guts. 2 dicks though. Need I say more? Or shall we like stew in the silence a bit more?
We'll stew in silence because I do not know how I'm going to progress with such a conversation. And our community is back. Hello.
What's good, gang?
What's good? Cringe dudes. Alright. Ding. Apply to dialogue only. Confirm. Yes.
Better. Wuklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser
That's what
sibling.
Code get last night. I went to bed early because we had guests over.
Ah, okay.
Your brothers may
I didn't see how far he went because I hopped off like at 11:45 and I was still in Final Fantasy XIV until like midnight. I was waiting for Ixion to spawn.
For so long.
He spawned at 1 in the morning. Or he got killed at 1 in the morning, sorry. So, yeah, I missed out on Ixion, and he's not going to spawn again for another day and a half. Or the potentiality of him spawning isn't for another day and a half now. So.
Man, you are suffering.
The annoying thing is that, like, I was, like, it took, like, nearly, like, it was easy to do when I was on break for a week, because it was like, oh yeah, I'll just sit in the locks all day. So, like, even if I was, like, AFK, it's like, it wasn't during, like, you know, the important point where they would kick us if we were AFK for too long, so. Whereas now, it's like, oh, I have to actually, like, click in and make sure I'm not kicked for AFK. And I'm waiting for the weather to...
Long. I await word of your victory with
Yeah.
bated breath.
And you also need, like, a full party, quite honestly, to be able to take it on, because it's a fate that you have to sync for as well.
Ooh, suffering.
Yep. So...
You could level Blue Mage and fuck around.
Would Blue Mage, like, succeed that quickly?
Yeah, Blue Mage is, like, super good at fates.
Hmm. Oh, yeah, because they would be able to have, like, bonuses and put debuffs and such, so... Alright. Wook Malat. Well, so much for the... Do you want to do the voices for Wook Lamat?
Oh, I'd love to.
I meant, like, the mannerisms and tone, I hope you'll get to it.
Well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. City of Gold? Oh, I vanished.
Yeah, when you get too close, you can... No. Don't... What do you...
Hi, chat.
There you...
All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tuliyolal's saga.
Okay, I think the scale was a little bit too hard. I'm gonna bring it down to like 110%. Can you still read it at 110?
Give me 1 sec. Okay, I'm just gonna full screen my shit.
All right. Because if I like make it too big, then like I feel like it takes up way too much of the screen. So it's like.
Yeah. I'm low-key laughing at me Tachibanaing. Oh, do you want to do Alfino?
Oh. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We could check for any discrepancies between them.
Good idea. Let's go and take a look.
Anyway, sorry, continue.
When I was hiding behind that pillar, it was very, at the first episode of Kamen Rider Blade, a traitor just hides beside the pillar like this, and he just stares.
So, alrighty, so... Alright, hang on. Wait, no. Whee! Oh, this is a big drop.
Suicide's badass.
Suicide's badass. Yep, okay, so we'll just go down to the... Sorry, I just want to walk around rather than, like, use the teleporters a shit ton for now.
And, yeah, no, this place is, like, good to walk in.
It's the first time I've been in a patch that everyone is on as well. So, like, the actual, like, exploring around and such... Hello. The exploring around and such, like, there's actually, like, you know, people running around and it's, like, all different costumes. It's not like everyone's wearing the same sort of, like, patch gear or anything like that. It's like everyone's glammed up.
Oh, speaking of glammed up, what do you think?
I've seen this before, haven't I?
Yeah, I know, but like I'm always showing off because I look good.
You've got like the high, like the shirt is like a skirt, but you then have like the leggings underneath. I don't know why. That is like comfy girl energies whenever people talk about it. It's like just this skirt like pant legs thing.
Yeah, I feel comfy.
Yeah.
They look like pajama pants.
Nah, pajama pants. Maybe it's just my pajama pants. They're like extra loose. I don't know if pajama pants are supposed to be like almost tight or anything like. Cause like look at that. There's no like. Oh, where's my? Where?
I got.
Because
the pajama pants I'm specifically speaking of are ones I got from Peter Alexander.
Ah, okay. So they're.
Which I got half price because my sister was working there at the time.
Oh, nice. Nice. But yeah, you've seen like what my so because like right now I'm just like glamming anything that's like sent to me if it like looks good. And I was kind of like, I kind of like this. I don't like that the shoulders clip into the outfit, but yeah. And then this is the axe they give you.
Yeah.
So.
But I also have this, which makes my shoulders look fucking huge.
It's because of the it's because they gave the like it's the Hrothgar attire. Because I'm pretty sure. Like, hang on a second. If I go.
Like, look at them. Them shit. Like, you gotta admit, them shits is broad.
They are broad. One moment, please. It's not broad, like, for me, because it's, like, Vieira, but for yours, because I think you're, like, Hrothgar scaled on the sides or something like that. It's made them very broad for you. So.
Yeah, either way, I think I might go for the classic today.
Nice, nice, nice. Cool
Got
skirt.
Cowgirl boots on.
Cowgirl in name. Alrighty. So yeah.
Also, I love the profile of the running animation for Fenroths.
Let's see. Yeah, it goes. That makes everyone. Wooklam up, the tablets if you would. You're on Wooklam up duty, remember?
Oh, right, yes. Of course.
Let's see.
Let's look at some tablets.
So yeah, because like the first half was like all the peeps they met in alliances. Everyone has a tablet? Then let's compare them to the respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 pillars.
Everyone got their stone iPhones?
Mm-hmm. Tomestones.
Yeah. My dad is large.
Big. Is that how most Mooljog, like, the two-headed ones go? Like, once they get past a certain age, is they just huge?
I think so.
Okay. Alright, so what have we learned? Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being... Oh, you go.
The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are fit to be fitted.
So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? The Dawn Servant said we were to retrace the path he walked in uniting Toral's peoples, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way.
Also, should I do Alize as well, so we both get a twin?
Yeah, okay.
Then we have the answer here, in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in front of the Tuliala saga. She's so pretty, oh my god.
She's so... Yeah, I know. The minute she took her cap off, I was just like, oh! The events of the glyphs portray, do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track.
Let me think. The Leo de Reeds was in the nearby Hanuhanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during the festival season, and the whole village was live with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That one involved the Pelu Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. Before going anywhere, we should ask about the road ahead. I've heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about the storm that we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Yogg-Tural several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as yours is, they are more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries.
Also, hi, Sash.
Hi.
If it's information we need, just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. I love her. She's such a go-getter.
She's so happy. She's so happy when she's doing things.
I love her.
So sweet.
My ADHD queen dawn servant.
I do love when we were fighting the giant bird and she was still talking and it's like, you know, she's like, shut up, dumb bird. And then the bird's just like, shut up. So
it would be prudent to ensure that we're prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged.
Ooh, accommodations. The multiple instance things makes this so... Oh, is there multiple instances? I remember that was a thing on, like, the original, like, some of the original, like, 3, like, Gridania, Ul'dah, and Limsolo Minsa, back when, I think it was when Endwalker first released, was that it was just, like, really high-pressure sort of stuff. So was that the attire Sashera went for when she was over in Dawntrail? I thought she would have changed for it. She looks the exact same.
I think I like it.
Okay, no, I like it too, but I thought, you know, the glamour Emmer, like, princess she is, she would have, like, had something for Dawntrail.
Also, now we're all, we all have skirts sort of thingies. You've got a skirt sort of thingy. Sash has a skirt sort of thingy.
Okay, I guess I have a skirt sort of thingy. We both have our hands in our pockets, and it's she just staring daggers at me.
I don't have pockets.
I don't really change outfits unless something really sticks to me. Fair enough. The wolf mask. The what? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I remember,
Oh boy.
What? You okay?
The sit was very revealing.
Oh. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I know. I was just like, oh god, that's a lot of panty.
Alright, fine. This way. But yeah. Wait, did I attune to this? Yes, I... Okay, so I still need to attune to the Waku Mekwik. The...
Let me try it. Watch your Mickey.
I think you said it too fast.
Watch you, Mickey.
Alright.
Or at least that's how I pronounce QI. Could be something different.
Fair enough. You're Aaronville, remember? Because you took his long...
Oh, right, sorry.
Yep.
That's right. The reservation is under Wuklamat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir.
Watch you, Mickey. Okay.
I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you have finished organizing your gear, you can meet us in Zubal of Tea.
Yeah, Sabali of Tea. It almost sounds like the Valley of Tea.
I love tea.
Greetings!
Greetings,
visitors to Tulalial. Well, Sash isn't here to do the voice line, so I'm just going to be picking like a lot of the women. Greetings, visitors of Tulalial, and welcome to the Forard Cabins. Whenever you are ready, I will show you to your rooms. So yeah. Excuse me. Goodness gracious. Okay, oh, okay, so we can, like, go into those rooms from there. And then the rites of succession is over here. I just saw that Viera went and certainly some BDSM gear. Yes, I am aware of the BDSM gear. It is like in the realm of like horny Twitter. So it just annoys me that like they didn't put like pirate hats or something like that available for the Viera and the Rothgar. Instead, it's just, you know, dominatrix mask. Oh, it's a little bit revealing when you run as well and you like turn the corner.
Oh.
You're kind of flashing your fanny whenever you're running. Trust you to be the keenest to head out, Grant. Oh wait, no, you're the twin here.
I'm Alistair, yeah.
Yeah.
Trust you to be the keenest to head out, Grant. But wherever Erendil and Wuklamat, I wonder? Oh good, you're all here.
Who might your companions be?
Seeing as we needed information, I thought, who better to get it from than the locals? These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit.
So that's where our quest splits, I'm imagining.
I give you credit for taking initiative at least. What do you mean, at least?
I am honored that the third promise would seek my advice.
I too am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help.
Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently, so I bought these for the two of you. He's just sharing his, contact deets.
Yeah. It's my Bluetooth headphones. What is this?
'Tis called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special cell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances.
Is that so? What a handy thing to have. It'll be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here.
I see. So you decided to go less revealing on the bottom half and more revealing on the top half now. It
also
all in balance.
Is something wrong with your lighting engine? There's no shadows under us.
Yeah, no, because I turned that off. So, because
we look 2D. I was confused. I was scared.
Hang on. Maintain the refresh. Graphic settings. Fine. Let me do high. Maximum desktop makes it so that, yep, it does the HD DLS. It does the 3D resolution scaling when it's below 60. Enables dynamic grass thingies. High. Shadows. It like shows on everything. Use low detail models on shadows. Use low detail models on distant object shadows. Texture resolution has always been high, so...
I have a shadow now. I exist!
You were still existing, you just didn't have a shadow.
Yeah, I'm going by One Piece rules.
Alright. What do you... Stop jumping.
Boing. Leg.
Oh, that still does a flash as well.
No, that's fine, because it doesn't reveal when I run.
Yeah, no.
Wait, hold on. And I'm good when I'm sitting as well. Only unless you're Hey! Hey! Fucking pervert.
Hey, you... The gauntlet was cast. I was checking.
Dash, kill him. He's a pervert.
The Tuloliol saga. Oh wait, no, this is your line.
Yeah. The Tuliolal saga features a number of Tural's clans. Two of those, the Hanu Hanu and the Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought a representative of each. As mentioned before, the Hanu are cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village Okhanu is located in Kuzamuka.
Yep.
The other smaller fellow is the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Urkopacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Wachunpelo, their village. Now, as for deciding which village to visit first, why don't you put that to adventurer's instinct of yours to work for us, Grant? Pick our destination.
I feel like I'm getting picked on by women because I decided to make one joke. And it's like I'm getting
women,
lectured.
Mid women, May women, tiny man.
I'm not that. I'm taller than Sash. What the fuck? Why is Sash the tiny lady, but I'm the tiny man?
Yeah.
If I include my ears, I'm taller than you.
Yeah, but you know, I don't care.
She's punching me.
As she should. As she should. Actually, hold on.
I don't know what.
I don't have any punch. I don't need.
I don't know what the punch animation
I'm mad
is.
At you.
Oh. Ah!
I'm mad at you now. I'm gonna kill you.
There we go. Upon completing the quest, it will branch into two things. Accepting from the Hellful will temporarily prevent you from accepting the quest from the approachable Pelu and vice versa. The second quest path will become available from the representative NPC once you have completed the series of quests from the first path. Oh, that's new! I don't think that's happened before, has it?
I think it happened last time, but like not for entire areas. Not yet. It did in Shadowbringers. You could choose to go to Alizé's or to.
Yeah, but I didn't think it locked it off. You could accept both was the thing, and then you could progress them independently.
Ah.
I swear it was. Yeah. Furthermore, story elements in quests will not be affected by your initial choice or path. Speak with the NPC. Yeah, cool. Nice. So, yeah. Let me do that again. Let me do it again. Rawr.
Damn chat. He's harassing women.
And then where's the Alrighty, so
gotta love the flex.
That is a cool flex. Hang on a second. Most gentlemanly.
That's the Canon Grant pose.
Hang on. Oh, thank you for the hyper himbo, Sage.
Fitting, honestly, very fitting.
Alrighty. Alrighty. So, are we going to the Hanu or the Pelu first?
Your choice. Both the quest lines are fun.
Let's see which one I. Ding. Hanu.
Spin while doing this.
Pelu. MSQ first. Hanu. Pelu. Additional voting allowed at the cost of, let's go 10 gains. Actually, no, let's go with a low number. Let's go 2 gains per vote. 1 minute poll starting now. There we go. Let's see what people pick in the first minute. How are you able to rotate while doing that?
No. This is what it looks like when you put me in the microwave. I wonder if I can do this with a different pose. Hold on.
Let's see. Nice. So how are you doing that? You're just like rotate. So it's not that.
Just hitting right click and like moving my camera.
Oh, really? So if I'm like...
Oh shit, what the fuck? I'll be right back.
Not to worry. And it's a 50-50 vote. Who decided that just to make it a 50? Oh, only 2 people voted. Okay, that's how it got. All right, fuck it. Hanu. Your Quopaka will become available once you have completed this series, beginning with the helpful Hanu. To Kozamakua. The helpful Hanu is waiting to answer your questions. Alright, we'll probably go through this once Cap comes back. So it looks like, sounded like something was going down or something or rather. Hi there, little Incineroar. Welcome to the stream. Bapping my butt, I see. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. Yum.
Okay, so here's the thing.
What's the thing?
We have really heavy dishes.
Like ceramic.
Yeah, like not just ceramic, like it's like glazed ceramic.
Oh.
It's very heavy.
Yeah, yeah.
And one just shattered. Like someone dropped it and like it shattered into pieces, and it was loud, and I was very...
You were wondering what was going on at that point, weren't you?
Yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough. Alrighty. Helpful Hanu is waiting to answer your questions. Alrighty then. Ah! It's a dragon! God damn it!
Ooh, booby.
So, what is it you'd like to know?
The road to Okanu. We go south along the through the Arch of the Dawn, then follow the road which runs alongside the Kozama Uka River. Is that right?
It is. Be warned, however. My brethren tell me the recent storm has rendered the path even muddier than usual. The footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes, though. Houses were torn apart and several people injured, if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. If you do still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution.
Footing, thank you. Also, we're being stared at by a big man.
Where? Oh.
Wait, why can't... Holy shit, he doesn't see the big man. Ah, he's probably
it's
radius.
Yeah, he's in like radius, yeah. Now I'm worried for the Hanu. Sounds like they were hit. Sorry?
Now I'm worried about the Hanu. It sounds like they were hit hard by that storm. Anyways, if we're bound for Kozama Uka, we should head over to the Arch. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, Master Merchant. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at Zibal Yav tea. Oh, it's all been arranged. See?
Thorn All Might. Him?
Yeah, he's very intimidating.
Falling Stars, 20. Let's see. Writer of Histories, Friendly Neighborhood Rogadin Doctor. Casual on the PS5. It's not ringing any bells in my mind, I'm sorry to say.
I think he's like, he was just like a passerby, but like...
It was imposing.
I was frightened.
You were just frightened, because it was like, the one time you're like on the ground and like absolutely tidy. It's just like, and here's a rope. But to be fair, he is smartly dressed. Like, that is some pretty...
He is very smartly dressed.
Yeah.
He is like dripped to fuck.
Yeah, so you two good?
Yeah.
Alright.
We're just having a nap.
Wings of Protection Scout. Okay, so 1, 2. So yeah, it looks like there's been 2 blue ticks that have been unlocked. What's this one? A scout of the Wing of Protection is on the lookout for a likely adventurer. You there! You are GrantZeebs, are you not? The adventurer from across the water who has been lending the third promise his strength? Mm-hmm. Then well met! To tell the truth, I've been meaning to make your acquaintance for some time. I have a proposition for you. You are familiar with the Orisian hunts, yes? We have something very similar here in Toloroi, and having heard much of your philanthropic spirit, not to mention your capacity for violence, we should very much like to recruit you to our cause. You are interested? Speak with my associate, Bal Ogwa. The Zabral is a hunter, master of the hunt and administers to the bills in the square overlooking the port. Tell him the Wing of Protection recommends you. Alrighty, so we got that quest. Oh, quite literally it's just there. Alright, I'm gonna take off the knapsack because that's no longer necessary. We are done with the large international travel into a new area. We are now adventurers.
We venturing.
We venturing. What do we have here? Your posture could use some work, but you've got good eyes. Eyes that have seen a few things. You're here to sign up? The Wing of Protection recommends you, do they? Well, we're always on the lookout for new hunters, and if you're good enough for Woklamat, you're good enough for us. Pleasure to have you with us, Grant. Suppose I better get down to the instructions. Or maybe I don't need to. This whole area came from your side of the sea, after all. It was Koana who showed us your ways. Either way, I'll keep it brief. Our hunt works much the same way they do in Eorzea. We put a bounty on those beasts that prove themselves an enemy of the people, you kill them, and bring us back the proof. You'll get rewarded. While your reputation may precede you, rules are rules, and the rule is I have to test every hopeful out on beginner bills. Can't have every youngling with nothing to his name but a plowshare and a dream of glory skipping merrily away to his doom. Prove yourself in Torol, and I'll give you some bigger, bitier fish to fry. Awesome. Alright, I'll pick that up just in case we run into anything I need. Dawn hunts are now available. Are they going to use sacks of nuts? Yep. Will become available once you reach...
Sack your nuts.
Alright. Ook. Come. Alright, so we can... So the jungle iguana, the hammerhead crocodile, woodsman. Okay. You got yours?
Let's see what we want to do.
Sipping time sponsored by Sir Dragonx 88.
I was just double checking that you got your thing. Oh, I should probably get the let me just have a sip of water, pick up the last thingy-madiggy, and we should be good.
Alright, I'll meet you in Kozumaoka.
Sounds good. So yeah, because they want me to talk to Woklamat over at thingy, which shouldn't be too hard. Yep, there he is again. Gorn Almighty. Script exchange. Nope, can't use the script exchange here just yet.
Okay. Frostfire Bane.
You have attuned yourself to all the Aether Shards and what's Mahusi's. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Alright, so we head to the cabins, and then from there... You wouldn't trust the Zeebs not to be able to beat up a beast. Just look at him. Yeah, look at this. I absolutely know how to hunt. Don't question my hunting skills at all. It will be terrible for you. Please don't ask me to go camping. I've done it enough times in my lifetime on Bribey Island and Fraser Island. I don't need to do it more.
Where is this spot?
Cutscene.
Oh, it's far. I'm gonna have to go for a fucking walk.
Are we all ready to leave?
Are we all ready to leave? Then onward to Kozamaoka. Open the way! And I believe this is voiced.
Yeah, most likely Aaronville telling us about the path.
Kozamaoka, the land of rainbow terraces.
Okay.
It commands the gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel. An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded along the Marcy Trail, a road upon which the Dawn Servant and his comrades once traveled.
Slogan's been putting in work with this fucking expansion.
They definitely have. Certainly feels it. God damn, the road is huge. I didn't think the path was gonna be that big.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
I imagine this was supposed to be done on a sunny day, not a cloudy day.
Yeah,
probably.
Palm was impressive, but as you can see, Tulihiola does not want for natural wonders.
Nice. Yeah. She just like...
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
I won't. I told you I've been here before. Come on. Okanu isn't much farther.
There is no stopping the third promise, is there? A good thing she has Aaronville to keep her from getting lost.
For all his grumbling, he's certainly there for her. Everyone should be so lucky to have such a loyal childhood friend. Unlike you, Alphino, you prick!
They're siblings. They're meant to be pricks.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
Alright, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in the village before long.
Oh, hey, there's one of those weird green thingies. I think that's on my to-do list. Nope, it's not on my...
your hunt list?
No, it's not.
Yeah, no, the one here, you have to, like, progress a while before you can get there.
Oh, Sheesh!
Yeah, dog, it's on the other side of the map.
Feathery dust up. Noted. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun,
Don't
dun.
mind me, though. I'm gonna find it and I'm gonna kill it.
Dun, dun.
Ah, everyone has arrived, and none the worse for wear. Except for a certain third promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings. Hey, I asked you not to say anything! I have a reputation to uphold! Anyway, this is the Hanu Hanu village I keep telling you about. Okhanu.
An Aetherite destination is now accessible. Wook Lamont wishes to seek out the Dawn Servant's Elector. That wasn't very starlighty of you, Alize.
It's like our friend said. The people are in no mood for festivities.
I can only assume they are still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm.
Indeed. Well, let's do what we came here to do and find this Elector. Oh my god, it is, with sacks of nuts. Oh ho, Kylie! Oh ho, what now? It's a Hanu greeting. Surely you heard it last time you were here. While I was busy enjoying the festival. Greetings, Third Promise and her entourage. I, Zanuhali, welcome you to Okhanu. As elder of my people, I shall also... Oh, wait. Zanuhali is a girl.
Yeah.
As elder of my people, I shall also be fulfilling the duties of Elector during the rite of succession. So our idea about Electors was correct. We just do as Papa said and retrace the path from his saga. I am ready. Give me the feat and test of my worth. All in good time. In fact, I came to let you know we are not quite ready to begin. For the moment, please enjoy our hospitality in the village. Should we poke around a bit? We might pick up some clues about the feat. You know, prepare yourselves. So that's surprisingly prudent of you. What? You think I'm being too cautious? No, I'm impressed is all. You admire and respect your father, who is prone to decisive action, so I expected you to rush in first and ask questions later. Or never. I do look up to Papa, but you should know he has a pragmatic side too. The head of reason is the thinker who takes the time to consider all the possibilities. With these long naps these days, though, the head of resolve is less restrained by his wisdom. I can't fault you for thinking that's all there is to him. But there's more to the Dawn Servant than that you've seen thus far.
I should like to speak with the head of reason one day.
You would, he's a fucking nerd. Ah, well, I'm sure you'll catch him awake soon enough. To return to subject at hand, you wish to take a look around Okhanu then? Do some groundwork before the feat begins? Something like that. I mean, I could probably pass the test with my eyes closed, but it'll keep us busy while we're waiting.
Wook Lamont has the right of it. As Elder Zanuhali is a resident of this village, learning more about it can only improve our chances in the feat. Might I suggest a division of forces? For instance, Aaronville, Alize, and Krill could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Wook Lamont, Grant, and myself will handle this northern half.
You know what I heard from him just then? Alright, gang, let's split up and search for clues.
Right, gang.
Sounds good to me. Jinkies.
Nice. Alrighty. Alright, time to check in on a porter. Grab the Aether thing. Oh, it's a gemstone trader here. Okay.
I don't even know what those do, to be honest.
So you do enough of the fates, you unlock like more like exclusive things to cookie for Hendrix. Here's your cookie, Hendrix, and you get a scraper mouth Luna. So yeah, so the first level, it's not really worth. It's like ingredients, so then that way you don't have to hunt for them. But if you complete, I believe it's like 6 fates in the area, it unlocks the next series of like equipments and such. If you do 60, then I think you can unlock a traveling map as a purchase.
Traveling map?
Yeah, so you fly faster in the area.
Oh.
So you get all the Aether Currents, that's flying map, that's like flying level 1. You get a riding map, that's flying level 2.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so, hang on a sec, mount speed. So, for example, as you're like, in all the areas, you're just, mount speed 1, and, no... So, Ilzabad, for instance, it's like, I've done all the things so I can, like, fly around Garlemald. It looks like I have not yet collected everything for Thavnar yet, which is a bit of a weirdie. I should be able to get that done short. Like, I should be able to... I swear I've been able to fly in this area. But yeah, once you do, then you unlock a star. So, and then there's, like, maps and what have you, so...
Good to know.
Yeah, so you need to, like, unlock everything in the area, and so it's like... Yeah. So I just need to go through this area again.
I'm just gonna BRB, because I think my siblings might have let the cat in, and he's not allowed in.
Yep.
Destroy furniture.
Alrighty then.
So I'll BRB.
Oh, I'm able to get to the... Am I able to get to the... No, I can't. Yeah, no, that's an Aether Shard, and then Elpis... Yeah, Elpis I can get to via the Unknown. And then Ultima Thule is here. So I do the base to get to there, and then Mare is for the moon, which is the Seed of Stars, and then the Northern Empty is for Labyrinthos. And yeah, so that's Mordona. Cool. Alrighty, sorry, zoom in just a little bit. Alright. Spirited Hanu. You heard about the storm. I've never seen the likes of it before. With the supplies and help the Dawn Servant sent, we're making progress, repairing and rebuilding our homes. But while roofs and walls can be patched, there's so much else that was lost for good. Dun, 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 dun. The gaping hole in the wall and missing portion of the roof are clearly the work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing. Whoa, Grant, you really got that woe is me. Oh, I can do so many sighs. I can do the... That's like, one of, like, accomplishment and what have you. Then I have my... which is, like, you're short on time and you're just sort of, like, waiting for someone to stumble through it. And then you've got the... which is, like, a, nothing in your control, frustration. And then... and then you have... So, you got so many ahs you can get from me. Just... You missed the part when it went... in the chat. Okay, give us your best sigh. It didn't pick it up for me, I'm sorry to say.
Alright, let me try it again.
Any whoosies, moving on. Alright. We go over this way now. God, this place is gonna be huge. Actually, hang on a second. Where's my Aether Compass?
It is huge, and having no flight is
440 malms to the west. Okay. Welcome. If it's an alpaca you need, then look no further. Before we get settled, yep, put the name on the register. Thank you
I love
so much.
how you could see my fucking cloud flying off.
Oh yeah, the Nimbus just in the distance. Yeah, that was cool. That was cool. All right. Yep. All right. There's Waklamat. Ah, we're looking at the same. They're egg-shaped, right? Like some of the home. Yeah. Like look at this one. This one looks egg-shaped.
Someone get Freud on that.
Someone what?
Like birds living in expanded eggs. That sounds a bit Freudian to me.
Freudian, a little bit Freudian. It's just like I want to be in my egg. Just let me. I mean, little.
Tell me that ain't Freudian. Tell me that ain't Freud.
I don't think it's Freudian. I think it's just funny. Your turn.
Okay. A lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hanu I've spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. That storm broke more than the wooden reeds. There must be something I can do to help them. I'm gonna look around a bit more.
Sounds to me we need to most likely help with, gathering of supplies and possibly a new means of construction to help be more resilient to the storms.
Sorry, I'm not even tired. I'm just yawning.
Yeah, no, it's fair enough. Like, I was kind of yawning a little bit earlier as well, because...
Ash, get off the table. You're not a snack. You're not a meal. You're a twink. You're a female version of a twink.
I don't know. Dano thinks she's a snack.
Oh, yeah, true.
I hope Dano's watching this. Oh my god, they're using reeds. The dry and shrunken bundle suggests the reeds were harvested some time ago. Okay. So the reeds... Yeah, the reeds must be flooring, I think? Yeah, I think they're flooring.
The reeds are like everything.
Sorry, Grant. He's in the kitchen right now. You got him making tacos.
He needs to make up for Bakul Jaja's bullshit. Fuck you, Bakul Jaja.
Sash is just so angry. She's just like, men are bastards. Bulk Jal's ruined it for everyone. And Dano's just standing there. He's just like, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything wrong. And she's like, I want tacos. Bring me
Nano's
tacos.
just sitting around, just like, what I do? What I do?
What I do? I didn't do anything. Woven from reeds, this boat-like vessel is reminiscent of a bird. The beak and feathered tail in particular stand out. Oh my goodness, it's like my chocobo. Honestly, that would be hilarious if the intention is to like make this like a two-seater chocobo. This boat must be woven from the same reeds I've seen gathered into bundles here and there. The plants hold both practical and cultural significance to the Hanu, then. Hello? Can you all hear me? I'm told they're ready to receive us now. Come to the large building in the south of the village.
On my way. Why is the link pearl asking me to log into Discord?
We ought to hurry over too. Oh, actually, there is a new Discord scam thingy-madiggies. Someone's figured out like the markup code to make it so that it looks like that someone does like a spam message of like, oh hey, you could get like free thingy-madiggy if you gift this to the person. And underneath it isn't a Discord notification, but markup in the same message, so that if you're trying to like dismiss it, it instead opens a link, and then, that's all that nonsense.
That's super scummy.
It is.
How much easier it would be if Soralja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
I love you, Connor. He's cool.
Thank you, Koana.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu.
Hi.
I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
Hate this bitch. I hate this bitch. I hate that fucking bitch. Oh, hi,
Ugh,
Stacy.
You made it after all.
I would have thought he got lost.
Oh, we could have only hoped.
Ah, god damn it.
No need to fuss.
There
is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed.
I hear you, Zanuhali, but there's an advertisement going off for like another 3 minutes, so we're gonna hit pause on that little cutscene.
3 minutes?
Yeah, it's once an hour, every 3 minutes.
I've been here for an hour?
You been yeah. I know, it feels weird, doesn't it? Because, like, some elements are like, this feels, like, slow, but then it's just like, oh, no, it feels like there hasn't been much elements happening. Because, like, let's be real. You came in just at the end of, like, the little announcement of the rite of ascension first. We went down to check the pillars, and after we checked the pillars, we then did the whole like checking in on the two possible paths. So there hasn't, like, we haven't done that much, but the time it took to get from like one thing to another certainly did it. So yeah.
Where the fuck is this aether current? Ah, there it is.
Remember, aether currents can be above you too.
You'd think so, but it was under me.
Oh, wow, okay. Weirdies. But yeah, I'm enjoying this. This is a fairly... I'm alright with this sort of slow start for now. Like, I've not yet felt any sort of, oh, there's going to be something bigger at play than just the pursuit of the Golden City just yet. And I think that's okay with, small...
It's our beach episode.
Yeah, it is our beach episode. It's meant to be like a mild fan servant. Hi there, Coach. Welcome to the stream. Hi, it's been a while. Hello. My goodness, when was
like?
Go on.
We just got back from saving the world.
We did. We got back from saving. I think arguably the universe, because the whole thing of it was like, oh, it's the final days, and like if the source fell, then so would all the shards. You know what I think is going to be?
We're multiversal, power scaling wise.
Yeah, like weirdly enough, because that happened during the patch content. We had like a good 4, like actually no, we had a good 5 patches. Sorry. Of doing a multiversal thing with the 13th shard. So, like, it was a prevention of an invasion, very, very anti, like, dark side thing, and then there was, like, you know, helping the dragon sibling, which was really sweet. We were able to save her. It took an eye, but, you know, it is what it is. So, but then, like, on, like, patch 5 point, or, like, 0.55, so it was like half a patch, we got, Woklamat coming in. So I reckon this is our beach episode, but I reckon next episode there's going to be like shards, or like, sorry, not shards, but there's going to be like there's going to be like a gate or something like that somewhere in Taval that will lead you to another shard.
I'm hoping, fingers crossed, hoping that we get to see Zero again.
Good question. because I know some people think, oh, it's going to lead to bigger things because she's absorbed both, like, darkness and light. However, I don't think she, like, if we do see her again, I feel like it's going to be, like, an alliance raid or a normal raid.
Which I'm fine, like, that much I'm fine with. I just want to see Zero again. I just like her character.
You know who I want to see, and I know this is, like, such a huge, like, wish. I want to see Xenos again. Weirdly enough. I weirdly enough miss Xenos.
We need to bring him back from the dead so we can fight again. He
Like,
was the only one who gave us challenge.
Not just that, but, like, the fact of the matter is that, like, you know, there was no reason for him to help us in Endwalker. To, like... But he does that. Like, and we, like, you know, we're flying on his back, and, you know, us, and using the powers of Azir, or Azim, sorry, like, that fight against the Final Days. I honestly thought that Xenos would be, like, in a Vegeta kind of thing. So, like, he would just be, it would be a case of, like, oh, he's left Garlemald, and and, like, he would do basically what, like, granted, it would probably be a bit of a double up where he does what Astinian is doing, but, yeah, I don't know. I just thought, like, Xenos would be, like, something of a Vegeta for us. Where he's...
Why are you cooking so much? I could only dream of something that cool.
It's because I read too many manga. Because here's the thing, is, like, the groundworks for the trope exist here because of, like, you know, the way he was. Like, we defeated him once before, we defeated him again, and sure, it was very fucking toxic that he, like, took over our body and shit, and we probably wouldn't forgive him for that kind of nonsense, but I reckon we'd go through at least one expansion of Vegeta nonsense where it's like he's not with us, but he's certainly not going to, like, you know, fuck up our day purposely or something, or rather. Like,
low-key, it's I kind of want Toxic Yaoi with him.
Hi, Dano. Sash just told me what you said about me thinking Sash is a snack, and you're not wrong. I eat her up all the time. Hi, Dano. Welcome to the stream. Sash was just sitting on the table like a snack. And Cap didn't like that. Alrighty, now we can resume, because, like, we're out of the cutscene now, or we're out of the little advertisement, so we can now move on.
It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga.
Cool stuff.
In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feet of Reeds.
Was theirs called the Feet of Reeds as well?
Reeds seem to be of great importance to the
I think it was called the Lay of Reed.
I wonder what this feat entails.
Ah, okay.
We use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material.
She says this with, like, a giant ring of reed behind her.
And you will see that this season, our crops are failing.
Reeds are like sugarcane, right?
No. Reeds are a grain, as far as I know. Sugarcane is more of a, like, almost like a bamboo stalk. Oh, no, sorry. Sugarcane's is a stalk. Reeds are a grain, as far as I
A
know.
mere trifle to resolve.
I did not know that.
Someone can fact check me on that one. Sash, you want to fact check me on that
It
one?
is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
I asked because it low-key made me crave.
Exactly.
What's
Do
it
well
called?
in this.
Sugar.
and you will
Sugarcane
earn my
juice?
keystone.
Oh. I thought it was just a case of, like, low-key, like, desiring sugar, and I'm like, same.
Why bother mucking about in the mud
God, dude, your audio.
when we can
Even
take
through,
the
like,
stone
Discord is,
by
like,
force?
The stream audio is popping and locking and all that.
Oh, mercy
It
me.
what, sorry?
You are a
was, like,
hot-headed fellow,
glitching out and
Bakul
roboting.
Jaja.
like, even when I was talking to you.
Yeah.
Okay, then that's a CPU constraint.
With scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts.
That would most likely be either a graphical or a CPU restraint.
In combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
Fuck this guy. He wishes he was as cool as he
This
knows.
contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The feat of reeds is begun. Claimants, I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah.
I would not have guessed that.
Call me grass all you want. I ain't reading that.
Clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
Yep, Mystic is obviously the smart one.
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
We should decapitate him.
Yeah, we can't engage in them, otherwise we get disqualified.
Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you.
I get you.
He insulted my glorious goat. Third promise.
Might be a problem.
It could honestly just be a case of like, oh, but 4 eyes, 2 dicks.
I'm just as qualified to be
I actually
here
sent
as they are.
Sash like
I'll show
almost
them.
the exact same meme with Grimsby in it.
Easy now.
Okay, so it looks like the Ultra Leap uses up like 30% of my CPU. That's kind of crazy.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vito.
Yeah, if I don't use the Ultra Leap, I save like half, like my CPU usage goes down to like half. So the next highest user is Google Chrome at like 10-ish%. Yeah. Alrighty.
Oh, hey, another hunt target.
I hear the little noise of you, like, doing your fights and such. There's a reason I haven't been using the hand tracker on stream lately, especially with Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, like... Here's the thing, is, like, I like using my hands a lot and such like that, so the idea of, like, not having, like, hand tracking while I'm, like, you know, doing model and what have you, like, or VTubing, sorry, I feel like it's a huge step down if I don't have hand tracking and all that kind of nonsense. It's like I'm a very, like, you know, just this arms and flailing and what have you. Don't know the first thing about farming, but if there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanu, then we're going to find it. I'll make Bakul Jaja eat his words.
Oh shit, I was supposed to be doing that.
Yeah, no, it's okay. You're in the middle of a fight. Understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves, then deduce the cause of their poor condition. Aaronville, will you take us to the fields where the reeds are grown? Of course.
Follow me.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Nice. You still need to bug me about a thing later? Okay, send me a... Is it like a Final Fantasy thing, or is it a VTuber thing? Because if it's a Final Fantasy thing, I have no clue what the hell if you're going to ask me about. If it's a VTuber thing, okay, cool. It would have been so nice to get, like... So, 7, 8, 9... Like, I want 3 lines, but I'm never gonna get them. So... There must... Hang on, there must be a way of reducing, like, Ultra Leap hand track... Like, Ultra Leap and tracking CPU usage. It would be very nice. My use case is streaming with a virtual. Gemini V5. Okay, so they don't really give a lot of IT related. Nice, nice, nice. Are you technically max level, or did they raise? They've raised. So for the Dawntrail expansion, they've raised the level cap from level 90 to level 100 now. So I was at. So like before the release, I was at cap with like 3 out of the 4 tank classes, and then I was able to get the Dark Knight, the last one, up to level 90. But that was when Dawntrail was released. So now, you know, there's a new level to pursue.
You can all stand back. I'll get to the bottom of this in no time.
Give me strength.
Give me strength.
Do you mind if I do Aaronville?
Let us all scour... Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So yeah, moving forward, I would like to do Aaronville. Give me strength. Let's all of us scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual. Oh, were you... Coach, were you thinking of playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial allowing you to play through the entirety of the Realm Reborn and the Heaven's Ward expansion and the award-winning Stormblood expansion up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime? You should join us.
I do believe he was.
Alright. Okay, so you grow them in similar fashion to how you'd be growing rice. As Zanuhali described, the reeds appear wilted and unhealthy. I imagine it's going to be it's probably going to be a really simple case of they've over-tilled the area, so a lot of the nutrients are not actually in the soil, and the water might not be, you know... The water contains no obvious contaminants and looks fresh and clear at a curious glance. Okay, so it's not the water. It might be the mud. You don't know if that was a meme. Look, Coach, it's not a meme, okay? There is a free trial that'll let you go up to level 70. Like, you don't... So long as you didn't buy a subscription ahead of time. So, here's the problem. If you, like, purchase, say, for example... like Final Fantasy on Steam, and it came with like 30-day free trial or something like that, you won't be able to get the free trial that gets you to go through, like, you know, A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, and Stormblood with no, like, game time kind of thingamadoogies. So, be careful of that. But, no, it's a real, like, most Final Fantasy people, like, maybe it's just my autism, like, being able to, like, almost regurgitate the thing word for word. I do it better than I did when I gave it to you, but I can do that so nonchalantly. Like, you'll hear me in Discords, and it's just like, oh, I'm just playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV. Cap, what are you doing right now?
I'm playing the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV.
See? It's just a cult. What are the limitations? Limitations. No retainers. You can't form your parties. You can join as many friends as you want. You can be invited into parties. You cannot take part in the market board. So you have no way of being able to purchase items from a player-driven market board, and you can't sell items on the player-driven market board. So you'll get, honestly, like...
reasonable.
Yeah, which is fair enough for a free trial. So, because, like, let's be real. If there was a botting issue... and free accounts were able to, you know, clog up the market board, oh, that would be, like, you would ruin so many economies in Final Fantasy. Like, people would just, like, leave bots to do farming, do a trade, to get, so then that way they have one bot doing the actual, like, combats and such to gain levels to slowly go into other levels, a second bot to then be a courier to get in and out, to then just later sell the item at, like a gross discount, so then that way, because of them selling it so cheaply so early, then they get more money and, you know, ruin... Yeah. Yeah, but hence why you can't go onto the player market board on a free trial. The soil in the paddies is as one would expect, rich in color and suitably moist, not dry nor flaky. Okay.
Isn't that confusing?
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Because, alright, so the reeds are problematic. The water doesn't sound like a problem. The mud doesn't sound like a problem. And you don't think the frog is Aaronville, do you?
Oh yeah, it's totally Aaronville.
Mm-hmm. Interacting with a lethargic frog. A small frog catches your eye. Strangely lackadaisical.
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 It means just like, give it no shit type beat.
Okay. It doesn't even bother to hop when it eventually scurries away. I'm sorry. I've never seen a walk just... I've never seen a frog just be like... Normally there's like a little bit of a hop and shit. That was just
it's
like...
that, it's like the SpongeBob meme where he's like looking at a fucking monster and he's just like stone-faced. Does not give a fuck.
Yeah, just a little bit. Okay, so... Alright, so the frogs aren't engaging. Do you reckon there might be like an infestation?
I can't tell you the answers because I know the answers.
Oh, okay, fine. Well, if ever there are like, this is a like anytime I'm watching someone playing a video game that I know the answer to or something like that, because of the task manager, there's a thing where it's like all you need to know is written on the task. I have like a very simplified, all your questions will be answered by progressing the game. That is my... Go on.
That's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's my go-to is on a water strider.
All will be revealed.
All will be revealed. So yeah, I'm reckoning because of the information provided to us, I think it's going to be a bug or infestation related problem.
Oh shit, did I get all the fucking Aether currents?
Oh, nice. You want to speak for Wuklamat?
Of course. Seen enough? I'll call everyone together and we can share our discoveries.
Oh my god, it sounds like we're in a bayou with the... Frog is a spy.
That frog is a spy. Well, what do we think? Any obvious problems?
I'm doing Aaronville, so you can do Growl if you want.
Oh, yeah, alright. I agree. Waters look to be of good quality, as does the mud, which the reeds have been planted.
The frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures which live among them.
Among us?
Could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting the water? We would need an alchemist to know for certain.
I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurs to me. When you are describing the creatures, in how they seemed lifeless. I couldn't help be reminded of the listless villagers. They've suffered a terrible tragedy, I know, but there's another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe.
Go on.
They need to have a fucking party! The festival! This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it, the Hanu are struggling even more to recover. The last time I visited the village was in the middle of festivities. You'll never see Hanu more joyful and alive. It is an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say, we help them put on their festival, give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows, maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other.
It's possible. Stranger things have happened. We were stalked by a bird one time.
Right?
I failed to see the relations between festivals and fields. Let us not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was checking Twitch to see if I could get the drop. True, and being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining.
I suppose...
Besides, this is Wukalamat's journey. It's only right that we follow her lead. And besides, I'd want to fucking party as well. Let's get fucking white and wasted. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, look how happy she looked.
I heard that snapshot. You better say it.
Yeah. Hi there, Zeus Pegasus. Sorry, hang on.
What's Zeus? How you doing, Zeus?
Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. It's Saturday, which means it's MMO morning for me. Actually, it's going into the afternoon now. We are currently going through Final Fantasy XIV's expansion, Dawntrail. Look at the lovely cat lady. Look at the lovely.
She's lovely and pretty and cute and adorable.
She's so lovely. Show ADHDs. But yeah, joining with me in the Discord is Cap, who's been adding her lovely voice to some of the characters in the cutscenes when they're not voiced.
That I am.
So yeah, hi! Hopefully you had a wonderful time playing Metroid Fusion. Are you excited for the Metroid remake that Nintendo revealed last month? Hopefully so.
Am I back on it?
Yep, back onto it.
By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven with reeds, and it looks like a bird. In that big building to the north? Let's go and see it!
Yeah. Hi, Zeus! There might be a tiny bit of a delay for them, who knows. Looks like yeah, it looks like there was a few frames dropped for rendering and for encoding, but nothing dropped because of the network, thankfully. There's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. Oh, is there like a 2-minute... That sounds... 2 minutes sounds way... Give it a refresh. 2 minutes sounds way too long. Hold on. I don't remember... Because I don't remember imposing a delay on my streams or anything like that. Like, because I don't do... Yeah, no, I don't remember imposing like a 2-minute delay. Hang on. Let me just look at my advanced settings. Video stats.
The delay isn't happening for me.
Yeah. Buffer size, 2 seconds. Latency to broadcaster, 2.5. Yeah, no, so if you have... Actually, if I turn off low... If I turn off the low latency mode, then... Yeah, it jumps the buffer size up to like 4 or 5 seconds. So... I think I'll keep that buffer. Your stream is fine. It's down under connections. Nice, 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 nice. Deus did it. You have You have some very weird assortment of gear, but you do you. Alrighty.
By the way, chat, don't forget to redeem your Aetheryte tickets and your XP boost meals.
That's right. Oh, actually, I should... So yeah, because you can get some of these or some of those. I got 99 Aetheryte tickets because I did the fishing quest. Do not do the fishing quest. So... doesn't
right.
look like... Fusion is heckin' fun. It's just an emulator, so using lags at annoying times. So usually lags at annoying times. Ah, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not 100% certain like what the ruling is with, because like I know it's a legal gray area technically speaking, emulation, because the actual software isn't the problem. It's usually like the issue is that the ROM and the BIOS. Those are the two areas that copyright infringement is an issue. Is because like the software to like do the emulation and such like that is totally fine, but if you need to get the BIOS in a thingamadoogies, yes, Coach, there's snacks if you stick around and watch me stream for a little while playing Final Fantasy XIV. Where the fuck was I gonna talk to? Hang on. My God, look how big this map is. And I am no... I love how Cap is, like, all the way down there. And then Sash is just AFK right now. So, yeah. Thank you. So, yeah. Oh, it was some... Nonu Barris. If I can't purchase the game from the developer anymore, I don't see an issue with emulation. I can understand that sentiment, quite frankly. Here's my biggest annoyance. Here is my biggest annoyance that comes from video games, is that there are video games out there, like on the digital marketplace, that are heavily discounted and what have you, but there's a potential for them to be delisted if there's a copyright issue with the music featured in the game. And the reason that pops up is because apparently video games don't get the same kind of, contract deals as movies get, which I think is really fucking... Like, the only time I've seen a movie/TV show have a different sort of music is for Supernatural. The music from Supernatural, like the difference between their Netflix streaming and like a hard copy DVD release, the Netflix stream does not have some of the copyright music because, you know, it's things like Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, really big rock and roll names that that some people probably don't want to pay the royalties for. Fine, fair enough. Whereas with video games, it's like any kind of song. And most of them only have like a relatively short, like contract deal with them. And it's like and it like costs money for them to be able to keep it there. And it's just like, why? Why are you like this? Why do you make it so that it's like, you know, in perpetuity, you get like a little like small piece? Your music is not that integral. Like the music is great to have in the video game. It is not worth doing the extra effort to get it out of the game in order to avoid, you know, selling it or what have. Like it's in this really shit situation where it's not easy to get it out of the game, and it's a very take it or leave it kind of. Streaming retro games is always a challenge, a necessary sacrifice. It can't be played legally.
There's also licensing, because like one of my favorite games, Transformers Devastation.
Yep.
You can't buy it anymore because you know, the Transformers license has been so fucking skronked.
I really hate how some licensing is like a perpetuity thing. And the reason why it's a perpetuity thing, or why it takes renewals and such, is for money, which I think is the like dumbest fucking reason to ever force a game like off shelves and such. It's like, oh, because like, let's be real. If you think I am buying a video game for the music, you either think it's a karaoke game or you're fucking delusional. All right? I can understand, like, if SingStar or, like, a SingStar-like game has to, like, you know, get pulled off shelves or something like that because you lost the license to negotiations for a song. But if it's, like, a video game that's like, 10 years later, and I could listen to your music like any other sort of means, please don't get into a hissy fit that the music is featured in your game. Like, Square Enix has, like, all kinds of music in Kingdom Hearts, and they have, like, a fucking blurb of, like, oh, don't stream this if you're, like, only doing this for the music. Stream it for the game. And it's like, cool, thank you for, like, you know, putting a little more clarity in the legal gray zone of video game streaming. Because technically speaking, this here, all this, it's technically in a copyright holder's right to start sending cease and desist notices to Twitch and YouTube to stop a particular video game from being streamable.
Also, this mouth always moving at light
They
speed.
They don't do that because the fact of the matter is that it is just not worth it, because any sort of, you know, publicity of a video game is better than squandering it, because let's be real, trying to do a copyright claim isn't going to do the Barbra Streisand effect on the internet, unless you really want to lose money. So it's just not worth experimenting on a larger scale of, oh, what's the Barbra Streisand effect like if I, you know, stop reducing the people being able to play a Final Fantasy XIV on stream? Does that mean more people will buy Final Fantasy XIV or any of the Final Fantasy games? Or will it just, you know, open up a wave of new piracy seas because, you know, none of us want to, you know, put money into a game we're a little bit hesitant on getting into, and the method of viewing a stream is now gone for us. So, you hate the Kingdom Hearts censorship on your past streams? Oh yeah, I've got a few songs that got silenced when I went through Final Fantasy last year, so. With the May in 2024, copyright laws are insanely outdated and need to be reviewed and updated, but no. Here's the interesting thing. Normally, Disney, like, with a year or two, like, I think it's because we're way more aware of this ever since 2016, 2012. Disney has not tried to extend the life of the copyright. We're about to enter into, like, in the 2020s, 20 to 2050, I think it is. We're about to enter into a time when... What the fuck? Is that Sashera? No, it's just someone that looks like... Imposter.
Among Us.
Sorry. But yeah, with what Sashera is talking about, it's like, the copyright laws, I agree, are, like, outdated and what have you. We're going to have a huge amount of debate about the copyright, because the thing is that the point of the copyright is that it was meant to protect from smaller developers being exploited by larger publishers in creating derivatives of your work. So the copyright laws, for instance, are, like, it's what's helping AI stop making money, because AI work cannot be copywritten because it's not done by a person. It's why there's a very popular picture of, like, a selfie picture of a monkey. You cannot distribute this picture of a monkey in a commercial sense because the monkey took the picture. You're not allowed to distribute it. You can't just point at any Makote with purple hair and say, is that Sash? Oh.
Yeah, I think that counts as racism.
Me now pointing at every Makote right now just to make Sash even more annoyed. Alright. Moving on from my annoyance of copyright law and licensing contracts. Cap.
Oh, what? Ah. Yes, this is the float I remember. Does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? We should take a closer look.
Inspect the festival float by moving your camera and zooming into things. So, but yeah.
Make sure you see if there's a shoe bill.
Oh, it's missing an eye. Oh, yeah, you want me to double check for a shoe bill. Okay.
Yeah. Whenever inspects go on, you gotta check if there's a shoe bill.
Feathers aren't in good quality.
Oh, these tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colors were a lot brighter last time I saw them.
I don't see a shoe bill. It's missing an eye.
Oh dear, one of the bird's eyes seems to be missing a gemstone.
Anyway, no, I don't see a shoe. I think the joke of the shoe bill has now passed.
Much like, Emmett Silk. Oh, that's definitely broken. How do they lift this great big vessel without all the carrying poles intact?
Hmm.
Well, I think that we can agree. This bird boat is in definite need of repairs. Now, how do we go about fixing it?
With the power of friendship and this glue gun I found.
With the power of flex tape, it even works underwater!
With flex tape, it even works underwater!
Hi, Phil Swift here with flex tape. We were admiring your festival float. 'Tis a shame it is in such poor state. I can get you in contact with Phil Swift with flex tape. It's a shame it's in such a poor state due to the recent storm, I gather.
Yes, we had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. With the float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings, no Ihehana.
Ihihana? That's what the festival is called. I want to help you hold it.
What do I think of the new boy rack? Don't you mean... Sorry, I just had to write that down, because there's only, like, there isn't exactly a very obvious way of pronouncing boy versus boy. It's like when I say throne versus throne.
Which boy rack, by the way?
Cap just, like, slowly pulling out a graphics tablet, and it's just like...
No, I don't know who we're talking about.
Oh, Coach.
Oh.
They're a raccoon.
Oh.
So
I did not know.
Yeah, they're. Can we get a shout out for Coach 990? It's been a while since you stepped in here, but I remember like there was a time that you were doing streaming as well. You had like this funny little trash panda, literally in a trash can in the corner, like where I am, kind of thing. It's really cute. Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined. We're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold a harvest festival?
I know how it sounds, but giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. A celebration of life and growth may help give you the strength to work through this tragedy.
The role of festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirit. But we don't even have enough materials to repair the float. We need aboxia for the missing eye, uyuepo wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail. 2 of these I know. Aboxia is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment, and uyuepo wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. These chosen feathers, however... The winds chosen is the victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather the furthest using wind magics, and that's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but extend a great deal of mana when doing so. We are soon exhausted by the effort, and having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left enervated. Thank you, Cap. Enervated. And if we cannot gather the correct materials as dictated by custom, we cannot repair the festival boat. Oddly enough, we may have just stumbled upon our solution. The winds chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific material must have an underlying reason. The float might also function as an arcane device.
I tell you what, I'm the smartest, am I not? I knew it. I'm the smartest.
Precisely. What I was thinking. This boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind.
A focus? For what? Oh! Ilelhana is a harvest festival, isn't it? That must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops. So if we repair the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds.
We won't know until we try, but 'tis a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these all have been known to elicit miraculous effects. Wait. The float, a tool of magic. This is the first I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it may well not have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with ardent hopes for a brighter future. Through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest prayers.
Incredible. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Ilihana really does sound like the solution to all your woes. And I promise, we'll do everything in our power to help you.
I'm still not convinced this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. He's replaced both the eyes and the poles before, so he should know where and how to produce what we need. Then allow Alize and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Okhanu to gather and vie for the title of Winds Chosen by sharing with them our reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect.
Alright team, let's split up and look for solutions.
I am doing my best to win, Wild Saber. Stretching! The three of us...
The three of us?
Yeah, sorry,
The three of us will visit the shipwright then.
Not without me. I've worked hard to fix the float as best I can, and the responsibilities is mine after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linuhanu.
Nice to meet you, Linuhanu. And certainly, let's all go together. Begging for you to let me voice the shipwright. I am begging.
You're currently viewing a cutscene. I'm gonna hand in this quest. Thanks to Waklamet, we found ourselves a promising way for the experience and knowledge are valuable assets, but there is something to be said for following one's instinct. I think I'm going to end the stream shortly because it's like I've been going at this for like 5 hours right now. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So yeah, sorry, Shash. There's no like dungeon or something like that we're gonna run into. As tempting as it would be to like blitz through to a dungeon or something like that, it's not favorable in my books. Also, what do the ding try on?
I only asked because I wanted to do super.
You ready?
This is my super cola and the shipwright Frankie. Yeah.
You weren't expecting anything like that? You just wanted to... Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Well, I appreciate you coming along, Sesha. And Cap, thank you so much for joining in on doing the voices and what have you. I think because I'm in a sanctuary, I should be able to exit. Yes, awesome, cool. Alrighty then. We head back over to the chatting area for just a little bit, because that is going to be it for today's stream. And Final Fantasy XIV decides to be not respond. Oh, nope, now it's properly closed. Excellent. So yeah, that is it. Jesus, 5 hours. I reckon 5 hours is I think a good measure of like how long I should be doing these MMOs. I reckon it's a fairly decent pace, because how many missions was that? Like, hang on. Me scrolling. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, like it looks like it was like 7. It was like 6 or 8 missions, which I think for Dawntrail with its 100, I think that's an okay value, because you know it's gonna split, because it did like the 2 splits and what have you. There was a lot of like earlier cutscenes and such, so I imagine some missions will be quicker than others, because it certainly felt like we were taking further steps, or quicker steps, I should say, near the end there, as opposed to the start. So yeah. Also, is Cap still in my chat? Yeah, you are. Okay, cool.
I'm just gonna head out early because I've been holding on, and Crohn's disease is trying to beat my ass. So it's been a pleasure, chat.
Not to worry. Thank you, Cap, for coming around. I really appreciate it. Alrighty, that is going to be it for today. I am going to have a look and see who we can go and raid for any of you that want to stick around. Now, let's see. There is a lot of people going through Final Fantasy XIV. Let's see. Who's in my follows that is doing stuff? Ooh, let's see. Let's see. You know what? Looks like Mudasaur has only been streaming for a little bit. Oh, and she's doing some cool lantern head. It looks like some sort of Doulahan. I think Davey would like that. All right. We're gonna go do a raid into Mudasaur. She is an amazing artist. You're gonna absolutely love her style and her vibe. She's a cow lady down in Melbourne or Sydney somewhere. Amazing art. Absolutely love her. She's the person that's responsible for the zebra like outfit you see over there. Absolutely amazing. I hope you have a wonderful, and it's a lovely chill stream as well, even with the dubby music. Ooh, fellow beat. Alrighty. Hello, fellow VTuber is going to be our raid message for Mudasaur. I couldn't think of anything clever because I don't think she goes through Final Fantasy, and yeah, I just wanted something short and sweet. So that will be it for today. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I am most certainly going to need to come up with a stream schedule for Twitch, so then that way all of you can see you know, in your time zone, like the likelihood of me streaming in that days. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I all hope you have a wonderful afternoon, morning, evening, night, and I'll see you all next time.